The Senate will come to order. Senator Bach.
Madam President, I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call. Senator Bach.
Madam President, I move further proceedings on the roll call be dispensed with, and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The Sergeant of Arms will be instructed to bring in the absent members. Senator Bach.
Madam President, is there a privileged report at the desk?
The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Bach from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are, appointed as a conference committee on House File number 1233. Senators Laurie, Sharon, Hayden, Franzen, and Wickland. And on House File number 630, Senators Uyghur, Torres-Ray, Stumpf, Johnson, and Dahl. Senator Bach moved that the foregoing appointments be approved.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. Senator Bach.
Madam President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bill be made a special order for immediate consideration. And members, the list is on your desk.
The bill on special orders is House File 677, number 141 on general orders. Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President and members. And first, I want to thank you all for giving me the weekend off so I could go home and watch the snow melt and the water run. It rejuvenated me for which I'm expecting to be a stimulating conversation today. So, we are here with the tax bill. This is the bill that moves forward every year or every other year to balance our state's budget. This year, as you know, members, we start out with a $627 million deficit that we have to balance. We do have targets from the divisions that we need to pay for, and then, of course, the property tax relief that's in the Senate tax bill. There are four main components to the bill, and I will walk through a couple of them myself, and Senator Rest is going to talk about the Reform Division report, and Senator Dietzig is going to talk about the changes in the tobacco tax area. First, I'd like to start with the revenue that's being raised, and the largest part of that revenue is being raised with change to Minnesota's third tier of the income tax. We are changing the current rate of 7.85 to 9.4%. That impacts 6% of Minnesotans directly, but when you calculate in the marriage penalty, it impacts 7% of Minnesotans. The average or the median gross income that people would have to make in order to reach the third tier, the median income is $194,000 for Minnesota family. And members, if you were reading in the Star Tribune this past week, and I believe it's handed out on your desk today, the Star Tribune talked about a Pew Research report that talks about changes in wealth across this country. And according to the Pew Research report, the top 7% of Americans have seen their wealth increase by 28%, while the 93% below that have seen their wealth reduced by 4 to 5%. And so as we change this tax that's going to impact the top 7% of income earners in Minnesota, we think that as we try to tax based on ability to pay, that this is appropriate. There are changes in this bill to the statewide business property tax. We've had ongoing discussion over the years about the inflator that's on that property tax provision, whether it's accurate, should be there, reflective of what's going on with regard to valuation or not, and so we are eliminating that inflator. Now the question could be, well, at what point do you then apply the rate? And the Senate tax bill is going back to the year that that provision was enacted in the law, 2002, and applying that rate to those properties. That class of property will then be taxed as all other properties in the state are, and on their valuation of their properties. We also have generating some revenue from the cigarette tax, and I think after Senator Rest talks about the Reform Division report, Senator Dietzig will go into detail with regard to that. So other than to say we are trying to bring the little cigars into definition of cigarettes to make sure that those flavored tobacco products are not marketed to the children of the state. Briefly, I want to then talk a little bit about the property tax relief that's in here, as that's a pretty major component of the initiative that the Senate is doing this year. We did agree with the city group that worked on this that we should redo the LGA formula. We did include $80 million in new local government aid, but we did not include the inflation adjustment that the city group had been requesting. We included $40 million of county program aid, $5 million of township aid. The township aid is a new aid program, or a restored aid program that was eliminated 10, 12 years or so ago. We're trying to recognize that all units of government, as they're providing services to their constituencies, should be part of the partnership that the state has with its local units to provide those services. Really, I think we're making a pretty significant effort to strengthen that partnership, try to ensure that all Minnesotans, no matter where they live, have some expectation of equitable services to be provided. The other levy area that's being attacked this year, trying to reduce, is the school levy. The E12 bill had $150 million of levy reduction in it in the E12 bill, and this bill has another $80 million of levy reduction. We are proposing to follow the task force on education finance in the state, trying to reduce some of the disparities between school districts by buying the bottom $300 off of the voter-approved referendum, converting that to school board referendum, and then almost doubling the equalizing factor. And then the final component, well, the next component of property tax relief is we are agreeing with the governor that we should make changes in eligibility to the renter's credit. We recognize that renters are paying property tax in their rent, and we think that increasing the criteria for eligibility is a good step to be made, and we're also making that. And then with regard to reducing costs for local units, we are proposing to eliminate the sales tax that cities and counties are required to pay. We just didn't think that it made sense for these local units to be collecting property tax dollars and then turning around and using those dollars to make sales tax payments to the state. There are a number of smaller provisions in here dealing with public lands. We do take the recommendations from the PILT advisory group and eliminate a number of PILT classifications. We are also reducing the flat rates from 3 to 2 and providing a small, modest increase in PILT payment. There is a restoration of the Sustainable Forestry Initiative program in this bill, and we are trying to make an effort and an understanding to make sure that our local assessing districts, whether they're a fire district or a street lamp district or a sewer and water line assessment, that state buildings that are in those communities are paying those assessments uniformly across the state. Currently, because of the nature of these local assessments, they're not really tracking those, and there are some communities where those assessments are not being paid and others where they are, and we think we should bring uniformity to that. So I think with that, members, I'll turn to the division chair, Senator Rest. The division did a lot of really good work in reform area this year. A lot of initiative and effort went on in revisiting the sales tax in the state, the corporate tax rate, We will have some discussion about the new LGA formula and other areas that the division worked on. And so with that, if I could turn to Senator Rest.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Madam President. I would draw a member's attention to Article 1 of the bill, where the LGA formula, the new LGA formula, is spelled out, and as the discussion continues, would defer questions about that formula to Senator Reinert, who was the author of the bill as it came into the division. Next, I would draw members' attentions to Article 4, where we also did some reform with regard to aviation taxes, and I believe we have finally found a solution there to make sure that general aviation craft are registered in the state of Minnesota, which a lot of them are not currently, and that the state airports fund is stabilized. In Article 5, I would draw your attention there. It is the individual and corporate income tax, franchise income tax article. What we accomplished there, following the governor's lead, was to eliminate distortions, preferences, inappropriate preferences, and loopholes in the corporate franchise tax. What we were able to accomplish by doing that was to, first of all, reduce the corporate rate, which businesses have complained about for many years, the C Corps, to 9%. It is the lowest since the 1960s. We increased the angel investment credit. We made an increase to the R&D credit. We were able to increase the historic structure rehab credit. And also two other provisions which are of benefit to Minnesota businesses that occur in a later article, but should be considered as part of the overall investment in Minnesota businesses. We were able to provide, first of all, for small businesses of 80 or below employees, a capital equipment upfront exemption, and then in the next biennium for all businesses. And then we were also able to lower the sales tax rate. Currently, Minnesota businesses pay about 40% of the sales tax. They pay it at a state rate of 6.875, and they would be able to lower their expenses by paying only at the 6.0 rate. And then finally, drawing your attention to Article 7 in the bill, which deals with sales tax. We reduced the rate to 6.0% on all purchases, both current and those in the sales tax base expansion. We provided for sales tax exemptions for economic development projects in Maplewood, Brooklyn Park, Bloomington, and Rochester. Again, we were able to provide for an upfront capital equipment exemption. We were also able to relieve local governments of $200 million in sales tax payments that they are currently making to the state, which we assume and will call for there to be associated reductions in property taxes, fees, and other expenses that are attributable to the sales tax. And the sales tax relief for local governments applies to all local governments, not just schools and townships now, but also to counties and cities, and particularly with regard to cities, also to those who do not receive any local government aid. Further then, after reducing the rate and providing for sales tax exemptions, we expanded the tax base. Clothing has gotten the most attention, but we also have expanded it to other goods and services, both paid or both purchased by businesses and individual consumers. We provide relief specifically in our policy discussions for any impact on Minnesotans with regard to the clothing tax, but it also would provide relief if on other purchases as well, keeping in mind it's at a level of 6% and not 6.875%. And we do that by providing for approximately 1.4 million Minnesota households an income tax credit, which is a refundable credit, meaning that they get the benefit of it regardless of whether they have a income tax liability or not. So they'll get a check even if they don't owe any income taxes. For a family of 4, 104 million Minnesota households of $105. It also phases out after that, so it's not a cliff, and you get it based on a family of 4, and relative to that, 200% of poverty, according to the federal guidelines. And once again, only paying 6% on all other taxable goods and services. We also are finally going to be able to deal with what has been called the Amazon tax, affiliate nexus. This is also a benefit to Minnesota businesses, particularly, or not only our, Madam President, not only our large corporations, but also Main Street businesses, in that those purchases that are currently made online, that if you bought in a store, you would be charged sales tax on. Those online purchases, and companies will now have to charge sales tax, the sales tax that is already owed to the state of Minnesota but is not currently being remitted. So those are the basic policy initiatives that we took in the tax reform division, and I'm very grateful for the work done by the members of the division in order to come up with a tax system, particularly in the sales tax, that modernizes our system, that acknowledges that we have a far different economy than we had 50 years ago, and it's time for Minnesota to move forward with regard to that. Thank you very much, Senator Skoye.
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And if Senator Dziedzic would be able to talk to the body about the changes that are made in the tobacco area, I think it would be helpful.
Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to Senator Skoye and Senator Rest. I'm here today to talk about the tobacco area. We heard many bills in the tax reform division on tobacco taxes, so I'd like to thank all those authors who brought the bills forward. We had some good discussions. In this bill, we addressed the little cigar issue. For new members who might not be aware, little cigars look like a cigarette. They can be flavored. They're marketed like cigarettes, but they are not taxed like cigarettes. They receive a favorable tax and regulatory treatment. So in this bill, we define the little cigars and we tax them like cigarettes. We also define moist snuff and premium cigars. We raise taxes on cigarettes and increase the excise tax on other tobacco products. We include a floor stock tax on product inventory as of July 1st, but extend the time to give that retailers have to pay the state. And we also decided that the health impact fee is actually a tax. And so we are including it as a tax and not a fee, thereby improving transparency. So those are just the tweaks we did in the tobacco area, and I thank members and ask for your support.
Senator Skoye.
And thank you, Madam President. And members, then just the last area of major initiative in the tax bill is dealing with economic development. And we have a number of provisions that are going to be beneficial for the state as we move forward. These are provisions that if we invest in these businesses now, this year, it will pay the state back many times over the future years. And so I look forward to having opportunity to talk about them through the day, but let me briefly mention some of these areas that we're working on and the philosophy that we're carrying forward of investing in our state. We think it's important to invest in our communities, our businesses, our entrepreneurs, and the people, because we know that for businesses to succeed, they need workforce and customers and a good climate to operate within. So we're proposing to bring job creation to Minnesota by making these multiple investments across the state. And first, I'd like to start by mentioning that we're proposing a sales tax a sales tax exemption on construction materials for 3M. 3M is proposing a major redevelopment of their R&D center in Maplewood. It's been a very good asset to the state over the years previous to this, and with this very modest state involvement, they will commit to doing research and development in Minnesota for years to come. We have a proposal from Senator Wickland to do another development in Bloomington at the South Loop and also at the Mall of America. The mall has been a very successful establishment in Minnesota, bringing many state dollars to our state, and we look forward to them being successful into the future. There is a pharmaceutical company that's proposing to come into Brooklyn Park. There's a proposal in Shakopee, I believe, for Emerson to come into a very large vacant building there that's been unutilized for a number of years, a Senator Pratt provision. And then the largest of the provisions is the Destination Medical Center, where we're going to work with the city of Rochester to help them grow as fast as the state's largest private employer is growing in that community. And we made a number of changes to that provision in the Senate from when it was first introduced. I think we made good provision changes to protect the taxpayer. We have increased the local commitment and local contribution, and this too would be a large benefit to the state as Rochester works to grow alongside the medical facility that's in their community. And the interesting thing that I find, members, is that here we have a large corporation that's asking for taxes to be raised so that we can improve the community so they can have more economic growth. And then there are a number of tax credits and other proposals in this bill to help business grow and develop in Minnesota. We're continuing and expand the angel investor credit. The historic building credit is continued. There's a Greater Minnesota tax credit and sales tax exemption provision trying to encourage businesses that are currently located in rural Minnesota to expand. Many times as we've looked across the state, we see that these homegrown entrepreneurs are where the majority of the job growth is coming, and we think that we could be helpful to those folks. As Senator Rest mentioned, the R&D credit is strengthened. There's a provision in this bill for data centers in this state, so that because of our cool climate, these data centers that have so much computer processing going on, they generate a lot of heat, that we have a natural advantage for those facilities. There's a Greater Minnesota internship program trying to work with our schools and universities to bring interns to the state's businesses so that students can get job experience and work experience. It's modeled after the internship program that Life Science Alley has. There's a couple of provisions, smaller, very small provisions, but nevertheless important in dealing with providing access for critical dental care. We did make a couple of substantive changes with regard to our veterans and those that are currently serving in the military. We are increasing the combat zone credit from $120 to $200 a month, and we are doubling the credit for past military service from $750 to $1,500. And then finally, the capital restoration that's included in this bill. We are proposing that we should pay for that in the next biennium. You know, as I was home on the farm this last weekend, I looked around and saw all the buildings that we have, and we had a major building renovation last year. And it just seems to me that it's important that as we've started this capital restoration, reconstruction project, that we continue on. It'll be way cheaper if we do not have an interruption in the middle of it. And so I would hope that members are able to be supportive of taking care of the building that we have the great honor and opportunity to work and serve in. I've never had a constituent or a contact with anybody in this beautiful building that wishes we had less of a beautiful Capitol. And if we aren't going to take care of it and fix it up and do the restoration as we should, it will not be the beautiful Capitol that we all love so much today. So I would hope we're able to maintain and keep that initiative in this bill. And you know, I'm not going to walk through all of this section by section, but if there are articles that I think have not been fully vetted through the amendment process, I perhaps will bring up those at the end of the discussion today. And so with that, Madam President, first of all, I'd like to impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call. Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move those not voting be excused from voting.
You move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. That's what you move.
Whatever you said, Madam President, that's what I want to do.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails and the Sergeant of Arms is instructed to bring in the absent members. Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, I do have a couple of technical amendments. I have the A15 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Skoye moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. Page 18, line 31, and this is the A15 amendment.
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And this is a technical amendment. There is a couple of provisions in here, one of which we dropped a little language of Senator Laurie for the Cloquet Perch Fire Ambulance that's being reinstated. Otherwise, pretty much purely technical. Would ask for your support.
Are there any questions on the A15 amendment? Senator Ortman.
Madam President, I would ask for a copy of the amendment or that it be reported.
Would the page bring Senator Ortman a paper copy? Is there any discussion on the A15 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A15 say aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And then I have the A50 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Skoye moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. Page 24, line 10, and this is the A50 amendment.
Senator Skoye.
And Madam President, this is some language that Senator Pratt brought me. It is 2 lines that should have been included in the provision dealing with Shakopee and to make sure that the governing body by resolution approves what we're proposing.
Is there any discussion on the A50 amendment? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Are there any other amendments? Senator Ortman.
Madam President, will Senator Skoye yield?
Senator Skoye, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Ortman.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Skoye, can you point out any changes that have been made to this spreadsheet from the Tax Committee to the point that it's being represented on the Senate floor here today?
Senator Skoye.
Madam President and Senator Ortman, I will go through this in detail and get the changes that there are a few small minor ones. The largest change was made in the R&D credit. We changed the percentage from the committee to the floor, and that was a result of an error that we received from the department as they were calculating the revenue for the moist snuff, and the revenue wasn't near as large as we had thought, so we were out of balance in this biennium and the tails, so we had to make that change.
Senator Ortman.
Madam President, and the amount of the tax relief and the R&D credit has been reduced by approximately $20 million, I believe, and I'm wondering if Senator Skoye could also respond and ask and confirm that for me or give me a better number if he has it.
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Ortman, you're right. Your math is good. It was about $20 million in this biennium and about 32 in the next biennium.
Is there any other discussion? Senator Ortman.
Thank you. Madam President, are we on the bill as a whole now?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Madam President, I'm wondering if Senator Rest would yield.
Senator Rest, would you yield? Senator Rest will yield. Senator Ortman.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask Senator Rest, if I could, about the, well, I withdraw that request, Madam President. Instead, I'd like to ask if Senator Newman would yield.
Senator Newman will yield. Senator Ortman.
I'm wondering if Senator Newman would look at line 325 on the spreadsheet, which is on page, I'm not seeing the page numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you would look at line 325, the capital renovations line that spends $33 million in 2014 and 15 as an appropriation, I'm wondering if Senator Newman could let us know if the Finance Committee heard that appropriation.
Senator Newman.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Ortman, I will tell you that no, we have not. And I'm a little surprised to see it. This is the first time I've seen this bill. And I will tell you, Senator Ortman, that in terms of the jurisdiction of the Finance Committee, we have jurisdiction over any bills that appropriate money, obligate the state to expend money, or establishing a policy requiring the expenditure of money. And if there are any of those topics in this tax bill, Senator Ortman, I will tell you that in the Finance Committee we have not seen them. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Ortman.
Madam President, I'm wondering if Senator Nenow would yield.
Senator Nenow will yield. Senator Ortman.
Madam President, I'm wondering what would be the procedure for appropriations from the state Senate? What would be the correct procedure if there are appropriations in a bill?
Senator Nenow.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Ortman, as the former Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, I'll tell you that that committee has jurisdiction over all bills that appropriate money or affect the policy regarding spending of funds. So normally any bill that includes expenditures of state money would go through the Finance Committee. That is the jurisdiction of the Finance Committee.
Senator
Thank you.
Ortman.
Madam President, I'm a little surprised that the tax bill would have an appropriation of this size, $33 million in the next biennium and $240 million total. There's apparently a permanent tax increase being added to this bill to create a slush fund of money for projects to be paid for in cash. And I'm stunned that the Finance Committee didn't seem to care enough about this to hear this in the committee. I for one, think that it might be a bonding project, more suitable for a bonding bill than a tax bill, but certainly if there's going to be an appropriation of this size and of this nature, it should be in the Finance Committee. So, Madam President, I would like to move that Senate File 552, I believe it is, as amended, be recommended or sent back to the Finance Committee, and I would ask for a roll call vote on that amendment.
That's House File
Motion.
677, and a roll call has been requested.
Thank you, Madam President.
On the
677.
motion, any discussion on the motion to send the bill to the Finance Committee? Senator Ninow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, Madam President. I will support this motion. We've had a little bit of go-around in the Finance Committee, Chairman Cohen and I, on policy provisions that were added in the Finance Committee that were never heard in any other committee, came out of nowhere, and I recommended that the bill be sent back to the Policy Committee to the appropriate Policy Committee with jurisdiction. As a matter of policy, that's a good thing. Madam President, I want to be consistent in my arguments, I guess if you'll call them that, in that we do have a bill here that has an appropriation that is not an appropriation, at least to my knowledge, was never heard in any finance division, certainly was not an appropriation that was heard in the full Finance Committee. This might be a good appropriation, it might be a bad appropriation. That is not the question at hand. The question at hand is, should the Finance Committee have reviewed this before it was sent to the Senate floor? And I think the question is indubitably, absolutely, yes, it should have, and I will support this motion, Madam President.
Any more discussion? Senator Newman.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I am sitting on the Finance Committee because that is the committee that spends the money, and it is my desire to see where the money from the state of Minnesota is spent. Consequently, that was my first choice. That's the committee that I wanted to be on. If we are now looking at a bill that is appropriating money and going to be spending money out of the state treasury, it seems absolutely appropriate that this bill should go back to the Finance Committee where that committee can take a look at it. And I would urge support of this motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Any more discussion? Senator Ortman.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I'm wondering if Senator Cohen would yield.
Senator Cohen, will Senator Cohen yield? Senator Cohen will yield. Senator Ortman.
Thank you, Madam President. To Senator Cohen, is it true that there is design work for a new state office building in this proposal that hasn't even been heard in the Finance Committee? In addition to capital renovations, there's a new state office building proposed here?
Senator Cohen.
Well, Madam President, Senator Ortman, I've been enjoying the debate, listening to Senator Ninow and Senator Newman audition to be chairman of the Finance Committee. But let me suggest, Senator Ortman, that this has been heard, and there is a provision in there for a building adjacent to the Capitol to try to deal with some of what we've been forced to deal with. We're obviously, I mean, one of the things, as I think members know, one issue under consideration, not sure if it can be worked out or not. Former Senator Knudsen and I had these discussions several years ago about whether or not we could have all members of the Senate housed in the state Capitol, or do something in the context of staff in the Capitol versus senators in the Capitol. So there's some things we'd like to take a look at. But I should tell you that the issue had been heard extensively, I believe, in Senator Saxhog's division, which is a division of the Finance Committee. As Senator Ortman, you know, this year in reorganizing the Senate, we've gone back to the old way of doing things, a way that we think worked out better historically, where we'd have issues within the Finance Committee, divisions within the Finance Committee, so we could have a broader discussion of issues and not necessarily have them in the entire Finance Committee. So this has been discussed in the Finance Committee. I've had conversations with Senator Skoye about this, and so we think it's appropriate to proceed in this fashion.
Senator Ortman.
Madam President, I think he just confirmed what I brought up in the first place. This proposal has not been heard in the Senate Finance Committee. And members, the process really does matter. Don't do damage to this institution. We have jurisdictions for our committees. They're carefully crafted to make sure that all of our proposals get proper hearings before they come to the Senate floor. That has been completely dispensed with here, and we've got a tax bill that includes $240 million plus in spending without ever having been heard by the appropriate committees. Members, I hope you'll do the right thing here and vote to move this bill back to the Senate Finance Committee. It may just take another day to do the right thing here, but we should do the right thing.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the Ortman motion to move 677 for it to be re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Secretary will take the roll. All senators having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. It is not adopted. Is there any more discussion? Senator Ortman.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I think that was a great opportunity for members to have another look at this bill. I heard a summary here, but I thought they were very terse summaries of what's in this bill, and I think we should really explain to Minnesota what's in this bill and how it's going to hurt the poor, the elderly, our working families, our small business owners, hurt the potential to expand business here in Minnesota, hurt the effort to recruit new business to Minnesota. This bill will hurt. It will hurt to the tune of $1.8 billion. And I ask, why? Why do we need to raise $1.8 billion in revenues when our deficit is but $627 million, and our current source of revenues and the strength of the economy would pay for every dollar in the deficit and then some? We don't need to ask Minnesotans to reach into their pockets to pay more for Tylenol, for cough medicine, for electricity rates. We don't need to do that. So why are we doing this today? I would say it's profligate spending and overtaxing. But let's just talk in summary now about some of the provisions in this bill that will hurt Minnesota. With that $1.8 billion in tax increases, we are going to ask Minnesotans who make $140,000 a year as a family to pay the highest tax rate on their income in the entire nation. It is the lowest high tax rate at that level in the entire nation. This bill will hurt Minnesota families. 177,000 tax filers will pay approximately $2,435 more every single year for a budget that we could balance today without $1 more. It will raise $89 million in sales taxes, Madam President, in clothing taxes on the first dollar of taxation. What does that do to some of our businesses in the clothing industry? What does it do to the Mall of America that has 17 million visitors every year who come to Minnesota just to visit the Mall of America because they have a competitive advantage here? They wouldn't have to pay sales tax on clothing. That's 17 million people that might not come here, Madam President. And then, as I said, taxes on auto repairs, infant Tylenol, cough medicine, piano lessons, tutoring for our kids. All those folks will pay more. There's $333 million in cigarette taxes, the most regressive tax we have. The poor pay that tax. Madam President, there's $176 million in property tax increases. I heard Senator Skoye say that there's property tax relief here. It comes at the cost of our business properties, $176 million. This goes in the wrong direction. For the past 2 years, we've been trying to reduce the statewide business property taxes so the fixed cost of doing business in the state of Minnesota would go down. This goes in the opposite direction and asks our businesses to pay more. And I would ask you, Madam President, and every member of this chamber, how many more vacancy signs do we need in Minnesota business, on our main streets, in our suburban strip malls? How many more vacancy signs do we need? Madam President, this bill would also ask for $63 million from some of our Fortune 500 companies, our biggest employers. We're going to penalize them with this bill and tell them they should not invest in Minnesota. The bill says that you will eliminate the foreign operating corporations and the foreign dividend royalties. That means that our Minnesota businesses, the strength and the backbone of our economy, will be discouraged from bringing back revenue that they earn overseas and expanding it here and investing in research and development. Why would we discourage them from growing here in Minnesota when we need their business? And our small businesses do business with the bigger businesses. If we tax businesses like this in Minnesota, we're going to have less jobs, we're going to have more underemployed, more unemployed. We're going to have people that won't want to start new businesses. This bill will hurt Minnesota. There's $32 million raised out of the pockets of hardworking families through the memorabilia tax. $32 million for sports memorabilia. I happen to know, Madam President, that the little leagues in our communities, they license the logos from the major leagues. Our families will pay more just by virtue of having our kids participate in community sports. Madam President, this bill has an increase on our electricity ratepayers. There's an increase for the electrical generation companies that have facilities here in Minnesota, and they'll be asked to pay more in local property taxes, personal property taxes. And who will pay that cost? It will be passed along to the ratepayers. And so those folks that are struggling to pay for the electricity bills, for their refrigerator and their lights and their stoves and their microwaves and their computers, they'll pay more. Minnesotans, hardworking Minnesotans, the poor and the elderly will have to pay more as a result of this bill. Madam President, I've heard it said that there's property tax relief in this bill. That is bogus. What this bill does is it takes income and sales taxes out of the pockets of hardworking Minnesotans and shifts it to local government. There's no property tax reduction here. The money goes to our cities and our counties. So let's just talk for just a minute about the LGA in this bill, the local government aid. The whole purpose of having LGA members is to help those communities in the state of Minnesota, those cities that can't otherwise provide the essential services in their cities. It's the police, it's the fire, it's the lights, it's the streets, what they need to run a city. Essential services. Well, this bill would turn that concept upside down and give $80 million more to local government aid, and sneaky in this bill, it puts 40 more cities onto the subsidy. Let's just add 40 more cities. So that when we're done at the end of the day, if this bill passes, we'll have 856 cities in the state of Minnesota and only 80 that can't pay for their own essential services. Do we really think that Bloomington can't pay for essential services, or that Golden Valley or Farmington can't provide the essential services of government without a state subsidy? What this does is it creates cities' dependence on state government, and that money may never be seen by our property taxpayers. If we were going to do real property tax relief, that relief should go to the people that pay the property taxes so they have a stronger relationship with their local elected officials. There's no property tax relief in this bill. That's just bogus. Members, the affiliate nexus and Amazon tax is in this bill. People that make purchases over the internet, businesses in Minnesota that run their businesses on the internet will have to pay that sales tax, and I question whether that's legal, given that these companies don't actually have a legal relationship with the state of Minnesota. We don't have the legal authority to impose a requirement on out-of-state businesses to collect taxes and submit them to the state of Minnesota. There's a sales tax on digital goods here. Some people may not know what that is, but I bet everybody who's 18 to 25 knows what that is. If you download something off the internet, if this bill passes, you will pay tax on that. Whether you are a poor student looking for research aids or some other application that you need, you're going to pay more. Whether you're an elderly person at home downloading a book onto your Kindle or your Nook, you're going to pay more under this bill. There's a tax on satellite service and TV and cable. There's just about every conceivable tax, Madam President, and I question why. Why? Somebody should get up in this chamber and explain why. We can balance our budget without raising $1 in new taxes. There's a $627 million deficit. We know that. But the current source of revenues would allow us to balance that budget without raising $1 in taxes. And that's exactly what we should be doing here, members. We don't need to raise these taxes. And Madam President, I question the priorities. As I said before, there's $30 million in here for the architecture design of a new state office building. Are we really going to put those needs ahead of the real needs of Minnesota? I really question the priorities in this bill. So I would like to offer, Madam President, the A36 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Ortman moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. Page 11 after line 35, and this is the A36 amendment.
Senator Ortman.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I begin, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote on this amendment.
Roll call's been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Ortman.
Madam President, as I've said, there's about $240 million in spending in this bill. And in the Senate's wisdom, we have chosen not to send it back to the Senate Finance Committee to look at that appropriation. So I think it's perfectly appropriate for us to look at that appropriation and decide what our real priority is. And so, Madam President, what the A36 amendment would do is raise the funds we need to pay for the Minneapolis Veterans Home. It's in the governor's budget. The Minneapolis Veterans Home requires $54 million in order to meet a federal match requirement to reconstruct the facilities to properly serve our veterans. What's happened at that veterans home in the past has been just disgraceful and sad. And I know people are working very hard to improve the facilities. And they've asked for our help, $54 million. And so what the A36 amendment would do, members, is it would take just the 1 year's increase in LGA for St. Paul and Minneapolis, just 1 year. In 2014 and 15, they'd get their great big increase, but we're asking them to wait for 1 year only. $22 million would be used to fund the matching dollars required for the federal match. And we take the $30 million that's on the spreadsheet for the design of a new state office building and the Capitol restoration, and we would put our veterans first. They have served us so well. They have served our state and our nation, and we need to take care of them. And so, Madam President, this would take $54 million out of just 1 year on the spreadsheet, just 2014, and it would pay the matching funds needed, raise those funds for the Veterans Home. And then the increases would continue for the city of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and the increases would continue that could be used for capital restoration if necessary, but let's do the right thing first by our veterans. Members, I hope you'll vote for this amendment.
Any discussion on the A36 amendment? Senator Stump.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, this Wednesday we will be holding a hearing in the Capital Investment Committee on the one of the issues will be the Minneapolis Veterans Home, and I realized that the governor had put $54 million into that bonding issue, which is the total cost of the home. It's not recognizing that the federal government really should match this with $36 million, and so really the cost to the state should be about $18 million. So I would ask members to not support this. I realize that there's a lot of good intentions, and I think the way to go with this would be to, if we have a bonding bill, to have it in the bonding bill, and then also do the contribution, the state's share, which would be the 18 million, and seek the federal share, the matching share of 36 million.
Senator Ortman.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think we need a hearing. That's not the standard anymore. As long as one chair talks to another or another member talks to another, we just don't need a hearing, do we? I think that's what we just heard. But I'm looking at the governor's 2013 bonding recommendations. And on page, let's see, on page 4, it sets aside $54.1 million for the nursing care bed replacement building. $54 million is what we need. And so that's what I'm asking for today. I think it's a very important priority. We don't need a hearing, apparently, because we didn't need one on other matters in this bill. And I would also say, Madam President, that as much as I respect Senator Stumpf and his hearings, I don't believe there's going to be a bonding bill. And if there were, then we wouldn't need to have $30 million in here for capital restoration for this year and beyond. I think this was just a way to get bonding done without a bonding bill. And so I think the debate is now. I think the vote is now. This vote matters, members. And it shouldn't matter whether you are a Republican or a Democrat in this chamber. This is about priorities and placing our veterans first above all else, and I think that we should do that.
Senator Ruud.
Madam President, you know, Minnesota established the Veterans Home 125 years ago. That's 125 years of tradition. Minnesota committed to our veterans to take care of them. Currently, there's a waiting list of 874 veterans. Almost 1,000 veterans are waiting to get into the Minneapolis Home. And of those, 474 from the metro area. So the funding for this that Senator Ortman has proposed is very appropriate. So why should our veterans wait? They've served us well. So we have the opportunity to show our veterans and our community our support, just as they have supported us. So I ask for your support for this amendment.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A36 amendment. Senate is under call. Members should vote. All senators having voted, the secretary will close the roll. There being 28 ayes and 39 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments? Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the 821 amendment.
The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Senjum moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Madam President, members, Senator Skoye. The 821 amendment deals with estate taxes. I will offer that it's not original. It's an amendment that former Senator Robert Kurland worked on as a bill several years ago, and I know from many conversations with him how important he thought this amendment, or this today an amendment in the past a bill, was to Minnesota. And basically, Madam Chair and members, it would exempt from estates it would exempt the states rather from Minnesota estate tax if the following conditions are met. And these are two conditions. The first one being a deduction for charitable contributions on the estate taxes return is at least 20% of the Minnesota gross tax. And then secondly, the decedent's Minnesota income tax for the year prior to the year of the death was equal to 5% of the decedent's federal taxable income tax for that same year. Again, Madam President, this is an amendment that I think is important from the standpoint of retaining wealth in Minnesota amongst those that do pass on. And this would, in my opinion, and I know in particular Senator Bob Kurland's opinion, do a lot to keep that wealth in Minnesota. I'd ask for your support.
Any discussion? Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President and members. This effort here is an effort so that folks that have relatively large estates would not have to pay estate tax if they contribute 20% of it to the charity. I'm going to oppose this, but I am going to say we did some work in the estate tax area this year, and I'm hopeful going to continue this so that we can eliminate the rate bubble, which is problematic, and hopefully we're able to, in the future, bring forward that spouses can take advantage of the other spouse's exemptions. But we just weren't able to do either of those provisions this year, and I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
All those in favor of the A21 amendment, roll call's been requested. The secretary will take the roll on, sorry, Senator Ortman.
It's the white, Madam President. I'm sure you missed it. Madam President, I just wanted to point out that this is not just a tax treatment for business owners, it's farmers too. Many of those farms are organized as business entities and could take advantage of the estate tax and would. And our estate tax is not competitive, Madam President. It's not competitive with our neighbors. We need to do more to keep these family-owned farms and businesses in Minnesota, and that's what this amendment would do. I hope members will vote yes.
Any more discussion on the A21 amendment? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. All senators having voted, the secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes, 37 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments? Senator Ortman.
Thank you, Madam President. I am as concerned as many are in this chamber about our working families and the working poor that are struggling to support their families in this economy. And I have pointed out several times that this bill, in its current form, will impact the poor, the elderly, and the hardworking low-income Minnesotans. And so I would like to offer the A26 amendment, Madam President.
The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Ortman moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. Page 11 after line 35. And this is the A26 amendment.
Senator Ortman.
Thank you, Madam President. What this bill would, or amendment would do was correct the priorities in this bill. Again, we talked about the local government aid increases, $80 million in new money, which is a 20% increase for every city, adding in new cities as well. But the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul would get a $22 million increase for the two of them. That's just the increase, and it's about 29% of the total in new spending for local government aid. And Madam President, this may be one of the biggest differences between Republicans and Democrats in the state Senate. I hope it's not. I hope it's something that we can agree on, that the hardworking families in Minnesota should be able to keep more of their hard-earned income and can spend it more wisely than the government every single day of the week. Members, we have families in the state of Minnesota that have qualified for a working family credit. And President Obama and Congress have seen fit to give that credit to hardworking Minnesota families. It would cost us just $17 million to do it. Members, put your money where your mouth is. Don't give this money to the cities. Give it directly to the Minnesota families that are working hard to earn it, and let them decide to spend the $308 in increase. $308 means an awful lot to some of these hardworking families. Members, by voting for this amendment, you will vote for an estimated 50,500 filers that would get an increase on average of $308. Don't just give this money to the big cities that have big budgets that are growing the size of government. Give them to the hardworking families. Give this $300 to the families that really need it to pay for school lunches or to save for college, that are saving for the auto repairs or the roof repair or are saving for a home. Do the right thing and provide this tax credit to hardworking Minnesotans. Madam President, I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call has been requested. Is there any more discussion on the A26? Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Ortman, I appreciate your concern. We had much discussion about perhaps strengthening the working family credit as opposed to doing the clothing credit that we did to help folks of less advantage. But you know, these folks also pay property taxes, and aids to our cities and governments go to property tax reductions. And we need to be supportive of those initiatives also, and I would ask for you not to support this amendment.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A26 amendment. Who's missing? Oh, Marty. All senators having voted, the secretary will close the roll. There being 28 in favor, 39 opposed, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Housley.
Madam President, I have the A34 amendment.
The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. Page 65, line 13. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Madam President. There are school districts that have already adopted resolutions to hold a referendum for this fall. The Stillwater School District has spent 2 years of planning and researching and are planning on having a referendum this fall, but didn't find out until Thursday of this week because of this bill that they wouldn't be allowed to. So what this amendment does is those that have already adopted a resolution for a referendum would be excluded from the freeze language.
Is there any discussion? Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Housley, I'm sympathetic to the issue here, and I understand that there are school districts that have started the process, and we have had discussions about what language we should do to address this, and I'm not exactly sure that you've found the sweet spot, but I am sympathetic to this, and so I think, Senator Housley, I think you've got something that we should be bringing to conference committee, and I'm going to support your amendment.
Any more discussion on the A34 amendment? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Skoye, I know that we had some earlier discussion about education policies last week, and you know, there's a lot of talk of full-time kindergarten and early childhood. And did you know there are some school districts, even in my district, as they begin to look at that prospect of advancing education to this younger population, guess what? They're going to have to build more buildings. I don't know if we've thought that far ahead, but if we take referendums away, how are we going to have these school districts build the buildings for some of these other initiatives? Whether it actually passes or not is immaterial. We're hamstringing the local school districts for going to their public and daring to ask the public if they want a specific tax to be raised for a specific purpose. I speak in favor of the Housley Amendment. I believe it's the right thing to do, and it gives us, the people of Minnesota, some flexibility on how we want our taxes to be spent in our local areas. I think it's very important to have that proposal remain in this bill.
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, I'm supporting Senator Housley's initiative here, Senator Limmer. I do want to say, though, that when we did the 415 roll-in in 2003, school districts just went out and offered $415 more a voter-approved referendum, and we never did accomplish the property tax relief that we thought we were going to achieve. And that's the purpose of the freeze for 1 year. It's not to limit what school districts can do, but we would like to see the property tax relief go into effect, but I'm supporting Senator Housley's initiative.
Any more discussion on the A34 amendment? All those in... Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, Senator Skoye, I appreciate that, and I understand that, but this is about local control. And nonetheless, in the end, the voters doing that. But I come from a school district that gets $7,730 per pupil, compared to Minneapolis and St. Paul that gets more LGA and a whole lot more this year, and especially in this tax bill. And now you're going to tie the hands of one opportunity. Not only that, we're an area that is increasing numbers of students, Madam President. We have growing families. So you peg us in at 7,730. Now you're going to take away local control. You're going to reduce LGA. You're going to benefit Minneapolis, St. Paul once again. And once again, we're stuck. Senator Skoye, really, There are so many issues in this tax bill that cause problems for my district. I'm glad you're going to take a look at it, but nonetheless, this came out from your committee. I'm sure there was information on this. I'm just disappointed it's even here to begin with, and we have to say anything. I agree.
Any more discussion on the A34 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A34 amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Are there any more amendments? Senator Nino.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to offer the A28 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Nino moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. Page 52 after line 27. This is the A28 amendment.
Senator Nino.
Madam President, I think Senator Skoye will be familiar with this. This is a provision that would create a border city development zone on the eastern border of Minnesota. This is something similar to what we've done for some cities on the western border. It does have a capitation benefit of maximum of $100,000 of tax benefit for, this is specifically for the city of Taylor's Falls. I can go into more detail, but I think Senator Skoye has seen this in years past, and I would urge a green vote, or a yes vote.
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Nino, I think you need to talk with Senator Eakin. He'd probably have an amendment to this amendment. But those 4 border communities in North Dakota are not receiving their border city development zone in this tax bill. I think that North Dakota is going to be tough competition for those cities, and I honestly think they've been pretty successful. They've attracted Titan and RDO dealerships and warehouses to their communities on the Minnesota side. But at this point, I can't support this initiative, as I didn't support the initiative for the North Dakota communities either. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any more discussion on the A28 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A28 amendment say aye. Opposed? The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments? Seeing no further amendments, Senator Westrom. I was about to be shocked. Senator Westrom.
Madam President, if maybe Senator Skoye would yield before we go to third reading, I have a question about the border cities.
Senator Skoye.
Madam President, to the Senator Skoye, you've indicated and talked about the border cities on the west side of the state not being in here either. Can you give us a justification for why that is, or what was the committee's discussion on that topic?
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Westrom, I recognize that North Dakota, with the development of the Bakken oil fields, are going to have resources that Minnesota cities are going to have a hard time competing with if we're only looking at taxes. But Minnesota communities offer a lot of other things, and they offer a very good workforce and good schools, good solid communities, and as I indicated, in Moorhead, the new Titan warehouse and distribution center is located in Moorhead. The new John Deere facility for RDO is located in Moorhead. Those communities are doing a good job of competing. I'm hopeful that they'll be able to continue that. And so we'll look at this as we go forward. I know that there are issues with border cities around the state, but for this year, I just decided that I'd give it another year. We're putting considerable amount of resources into our cities in this bill. As Senator Ortman has mentioned, there's LGA for communities. We're exempting these communities from having to pay a sales tax on their purchases. I think there's going to be resources available for these cities and communities. So I'd like to give it a little time to see the impacts of those efforts before we make other changes.
Senator Westrom.
Madam President, follow-up question I'd have for Senator Skoye. Senator Skoye, how long have we offered the border city credit, border cities credit, and how many years has that been? And this will be the first year now that we aren't going to offer that for the cities of Breckenridge, Moorhead, East Grand Forks. Do you know how long that's been in place?
Senator Skoye.
Madam President and Senator Westrom, I think it's been around since the mid-'80s, but I don't think this is the first year it's not been in place. I would have to defer to perhaps Senator Ortman on this. I think it went away in 2011.
Senator Westrom.
Madam President, I guess I would be concerned for our districts on the west side of the state. This has been an issue that's come up at town meetings. I know the local elected officials have had this as an opportunity to try to preserve and grow some of those businesses that Senator Skoye just talked about. The underlying message here is taxes do matter, and when communities on the Minnesota side can't compete with the tax policies of another state, i.e. North Dakota and the one we're talking about now, businesses often go to the side that's more tax favorable. And so I am concerned about this. I had a discussion in my office with some local elected officials a month or two ago and talking about the border cities credit exactly. And the discussion talked about how Breckenridge, which is in my district, right along the Red River, right across the border from Wahpeton, North Dakota. 50 years ago, Wahpeton was a smaller city than Breckenridge, according to the local officials and others that I've talked to since. Breckenridge is now about half the size of Wahpeton 50 years later, and most of the jobs that have been coming recently go to the Wahpeton side. Many folks in Breckenridge drive to Wahpeton for those jobs. And so I would be concerned about that. Senator Skoye, you're right. If Senator Eakin wasn't going to offer an amendment to the amendment, I'm considering it. I've asked our staff to try to get one drafted here, as I've realized this border cities aid is not in this bill. Senator Skoye, I'm concerned that we would just progress without that in here, and so thank you for your answers to these questions.
Is there any more discussion? Senator Reinert.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the A38 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Reinert moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. Page 216 after line 34, and this is the A38 amendment.
Senator Reinert.
Thank you, Madam President. The A38 amendment allows the City of Duluth to expend some uncommitted balance in a TIF district that was decertified in 2007. The city's intention, this was a resolution passed by my city council just this past Monday, to use some of those funds to help with the rehabilitation of Wade Stadium. Members may remember that over the winter, part of the wall of Wade Stadium fell down. So council is as unsure maybe as we are about a bonding bill and looking for other ways to work on Wade Stadium. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the A38 amendment? Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President, and Senator Reinert. I'm sympathetic. I know this is a late a late provision that came forward. I do understand that there's an effort in the bonding bill to deal with some of the issues with regard to this stadium, so I would hope it would go forward there, and if that's not successful, perhaps next year we can take a look at this.
Senator Han.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question. I take it from the amendment that, does this mean that, what happens to the remaining tax increment derived from the financing if we don't do this? What happens if we don't do this is, I guess, my question.
Is that directed to Senator Reinert?
Madam President, if Senator Reinert would answer, that'd be great.
Senator Reinert.
Thank you, Madam President, and Senator Han. That remaining balance would be expended in that TIF district, but Wade Stadium just lies outside the district across the street. So it would take this provision to allow for those remaining funds to be expended across the street.
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Han, what happens with tax increment financing districts when they fulfill the requirement of paying off the bonds? They should expire. It's one of the challenges of the tax committee is letting these things expire because people keep trying to find uses for them, and I oppose the A38 amendment.
Any more discussion on the A38? Senator Ortman.
Madam President, I also respectfully to Senator Reinhardt oppose this because the taxpayers have not been aware of the use of these funds. There haven't been any public hearings that I'm aware of, and I hope members will vote no. There is a process for this. Senator Reinhardt can come back next year and introduce a bill.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A38 amendment say aye. Those opposed? The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam President. I also have the A37 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Reinhardt moves to amend House File Number 677 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 26, 2013 as follows. Page 44 after line 4. And this is the A37 amendment.
Senator Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam President. Based on that last vote, members, this is the language that I've worked on last session. Senator Ortman will remember, as well as this session, on getting us to take a look at tax expenditures. Tax expenditures are those nearly 300 deductions or tax expenditures in Minnesota tax code that just are on autopilot. They continue on, they're written into tax code. In most cases, we don't know what they cost in terms of lost revenue. In all cases, we don't have any data that tells us whether they actually incent the tax behavior somebody thought they would when they were first written into tax code. And members, they amount to a huge amount of non-transparent spending by the legislature. So, you know, we took a look at this last year and it didn't move forward. We took a look at this year, made some improvements in terms of federal conformity. We also, in this body, stripped the language that said these would expire and said they are going to be reviewed with recommendations coming back to the legislature, and the legislature could then decide based on information whether they would continue. This amendment you have before you goes a step further. It gets rid of the commission. It just says to the Department of Revenue, just like you do the tax incident study, do a tax expenditure study, get that information to the House and Senate tax chairs, and let the tax committees take some action on it. So I would encourage inclusion of this in the tax bill. Thank you.
Is there any more discussion on the A37 amendment?
Madam President.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Reinhardt's provision here, I appreciate the work that he has done to improve it, but I suggest to the body that we can take up this review and of tax expenditures and deal with any other new ones that are proposed as we go forward as part of the work of the tax committee itself. And so at this time I would ask the members to vote no.
Senator Ortman.
Madam President, I also ask members to vote no. This amendment would have an appropriation in it that also has not been approved by our Finance Committee.
Is there any more discussion? All those in favor of the
Madam President.
I'm sorry.
Madam President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Bonoff.
Madam President, I wonder if Senator Reinhardt will yield for a question.
Senator Reinhardt, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Bonoff.
Madam President, Senator Reinhardt, I'm wondering why this report would cost $50,000 to prepare.
Senator Reinhardt.
Madam President, members, actually, the Department of Revenue would tell you that it costs something like $1.5 million to prepare. I disagree with that assessment, so was willing to include some money for the report, but not as much as they were asking. You know, and I do, members, understand Senator Rest's concern, and she, of course, has done a lot of work on tax reform this year, and if the body does not adopt this in the tax bill, I will certainly ask for hearing next year and continue to try and push this ball forward. Members, I just think it's a huge amount of spending that goes unlooked at by this body as well as the other one. And as we struggle for sustainable long-term revenue, we cannot continue to let these things go on autopilot. Thank you.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the A37 say aye. All those opposed? The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any other amendments? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 677 its third reading.
House File Number 677, a bill for an act relating to financing of state and local government, making changes to individual income, corporate franchise, property, sales and use, estate, mineral, liquor, tobacco, aggregate materials, local and other tax and tax-related provisions.
Any further discussion? Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, first let me say, Senator Skoye did do a few things in this bill that I like, but honestly, I'm not even going to talk about those. There's so many things that I don't like that I'd rather focus on those. This is a tax attack on everyone who lives in Minnesota or even puts a foot into Minnesota. The two words that come to mind for me are staggering and eye-popping. Even, frankly, reasonable DFL Democrats that are legislators, I think, have succumbed to the drumbeat of big government. We didn't have to go this way. And I just broke down my own family to take a look at some of the things that it impacts. My 12-year-old daughter has piano lessons. If this passes, that's going to be taxable. The haircuts that my son has, if this passes, that's taxable. The brake pads and oil change I just did on my daughter's car, if this passes, that's taxable. Clothes for my wife, that's taxable. What's worse is if it has a Vikings logo or a Minnesota Gophers logo on it, we're going to tax even more. But for the business owner, it gets even worse. Property taxes up $170 million. Income taxes for the upper income up $1.2 billion. Corporate taxes up $62 million. If they ask me why should I stay, we can talk about our good education and the beautiful lakes and the wonderful people, but there is a point that they're going to say, why should I stay, that I'm not going to have a good answer for them. Income tax on the rich. Well, how we define rich is frankly amazing now. For $79,000 for an individual and $140,000 for a couple filing together, we start taxing them at 9.4%. That's a 20% increase from where we were. If that passes from $140,000 to $250,000, that tax bracket is the highest in the nation, number one. Above $250,000, it drops down, but number one for income tax increase. I give a handout for people just from the Wall Street Journal talking about what happened when Maryland went after millionaires. 1/3 of them were gone the next year. 1/3 of them were gone. They collected quite a bit less money than they expected they were going to get. If you smoke, well, guess what? We're going to tax you again at 94 cents more a pack. That's $333 million. I'm not sure, Madam President and members, if that's going to help people quit. Certainly those that can't quit are stuck with a huge bill that they can't afford. All totaled, right now at least, $1.8 billion of more taxes. That's an 8% increase, 8% up. And we haven't even added all the fees that we've got coming in. Some have said that's $500 or $600 million. I don't know the number yet, but this is staggering. I want to read some words, if I can, from some modern day prophets, the Beatles. the tax man. Let me tell you how it will be. There's 1 for you, 19 for me, because I'm the tax man. Yeah, I'm the tax man. Here's what they said for 5%, Madam President. Should 5% appear too small, be thankful I don't take it all, because I'm the tax man. Yeah, I'm the tax man. They were talking about 5%. If you add the federal at the high bracket and Minnesota at the high bracket, we're at 49.9%. 50%, not 5%. A few more lines. If you drive a car, I'll tax the street. If you try to sit, I'll tax your seat. If you get too cold, I'll tax the heat. If you take a walk, I'll tax your feet. Don't ask me what it's for if you don't want to pay some more, because I'm the tax man. Yeah, I'm the tax man. Now, my advice to those who die, declare the pennies on your eyes, because I'm the tax man. Yeah, I'm the tax man, and you're working for no one but me. Prophets of our generation, at least my generation. We could have stayed the course, Madam President, for focusing on government efficiency and effectiveness. Instead, if we pass this, we're growing government 8% or more at the expense of the hard-working taxpayers of Minnesota. This is a no vote.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, this is quite a tax bill here. We have 393 pages of tax policy in front of us, and I'm concerned about the impact that these taxes will have on hardworking Minnesotans. And I'm very, very concerned about the economics of this tax bill. The provisions in this tax bill are very hazardous to Minnesota families in my Senate district and across the state. You might have seen the report, Minnesotans on the move to lower tax states. It's worth a look. Members, I'm afraid we're exporting wealth here. Members, this tax bill hits middle-class Minnesotans just getting up from the Great Recession, and then this tax bill comes along and will increase their income tax rates by 20%. Now, this is unlike the income tax bill supported by the governor and over in the House, where these income tax rate increases are aimed at high earners. This bill, on the other hand, imposes the 4th highest income tax rate on joint filers making $141,000 or single filers making $80,000. Members, we're talking about a teacher and a cop, or we're talking about farmers. In this bill, all of them will see their income tax rates hiked by 20%. I'm voicing my strong opposition to the tax increases in this tax bill. Now, clearly, this is a problem. This is problematic for me because in the middle of this bill is the Destination Medical Center, a bill that I co-sponsored. The DMC, a bill that I have been a strong advocate for at home and in St. Paul. The Destination Medical Center speaks to the future. It speaks to jobs, economic growth, and vitality, important not just to my district, but again, to the entire state. And the Destination Medical Center has great bipartisan support, supported by leaders in this chamber, Senator Bach, Senator Han, and by Speaker of the House, and Minority Leader Doudt, and the governor himself supports the Destination Medical Center and has assigned a chief staffer to help shepherd it through the process. But members, here we are today, this great, innovative, forward-thinking Destination Medical Center in the middle, in smack dab in the middle of this big tax bill. So yes, members, there is great tension here today. It would be great to be able to vote on these initiatives individually, as we should. But today we have them all in one bill. And so today I am voicing my opposition to the tax increases in this bill that I think will harm all Minnesotans. And I do fear they will result in exportation of wealth from our state. Thank you.
Senator Newman.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to get up and talk about this bill very briefly from a standpoint of Minnesota businesses. It has long been my belief that the government doesn't produce anything, but our businesses do. And our businesses produce not only the wealth and the taxes for the state of Minnesota, but they also produce jobs for people and encourage people to come into the state of Minnesota. So I want to focus on two kinds of businesses in Minnesota: large employers and small employers. And I think that I'm in somewhat of a unique position that I can do that because I have both in my district. So let's start with the Fortune 500 companies that we like to talk about so much in Minnesota. 3M and HTI. 3M came into Hutchinson, Minnesota in 1947. And since 1947 has been very, very active in my community. But because of the tax policies of this state, the last time that I remember 3M growing and expanding in my hometown was in the late 1960s. The plant is still there. It is still operating. It still supports probably around 2,500 jobs in that town and in the surrounding communities. But they have not expanded in decades in my hometown. But they certainly have expanded in Texas and other regions around the world. HTI, Hutchinson Technologies Incorporated. It is a business that was a dream of a man by the name of Jeff Green, who, when the computer age was just coming forward, had an idea regarding computer parts and literally started a business in a chicken coop on the northwest corner of Hutchinson. In a chicken coop. In the mid-1990s, Hutchinson Technologies Incorporated employed over 3,000 people in my hometown, a town of 13,000 people. We pulled in employees from around the region. Because of the policies, the business policies of this state, Hutchinson Technologies in Hutchinson, Minnesota, employs today less than 300 people. That business has left, and it is gone. And along with it, all of those jobs. And as a direct result, my hometown at one point, a couple of years ago, had the highest unemployment rate in the state of Minnesota. So don't tell me that this particular bill is good for Fortune 500 companies and big business. And I say so specifically because there is a portion of this bill that is going to repeal the foreign royalty deduction. And if you listen to the former Speaker of the House, Margaret Kelleher Anderson, a DFL speaker, she contends that the current tax policy, i.e. that foreign operating deduction, is important to the competitiveness of many of our state's biggest employers. And when you adopt this bill today, you are simply hanging a sign out there at all of the major entrances into the state of Minnesota saying big business is not welcome. Go someplace else and do your expansions. Now as to small businesses. Just to make sure that I'm not making a mistake, I wonder if I could ask Senator Ortman a question.
Senator Ortman will yield. Senator Newman.
Senator Ortman, is it correct in this particular tax bill that there is a 6% sales tax on auto repairs, and that 6% sales tax on auto repairs will include repairs to commercial vehicles?
Madam President.
Senator Ortman.
Thank you. Senator Newman, I believe that's true, that they would be taxed as well.
Senator Newman.
Madam President, would Senator Ortman ask a second question for me?
Senator Ortman will yield. Senator Newman.
Senator Ortman, is there also included in this tax bill a 6% sales tax on warehouse services in the state of Minnesota?
Senator Ortman.
Madam President, that is also a new tax contained in this bill.
Senator Newman.
Thank you, Senator Ortman. Thank you, Madam President. The reason I ask that question is because in my district, I have a lot of small businesses. And I have received a number of emails and contacts from those small businesses. And just so that you understand, I am a rural legislator. I come from Meeker County, McLeod County, Sibley County, and Wright County. And out in my district, number one, we have lots and lots of ag businesses. I've got Langmo turkeys in Meeker County. I've got Sparbo eggs in Litchfield. We raise corn and soybeans and livestock, and there's none of it that moves without the trucking industry. If you follow Highway 212 out through McLeod County and Sibley County, we've got Miller Manufacturing in Glencoe. We've got a number of small manufacturing businesses in Hutchinson like New Crane. They make the cranes that they are being used in the nuclear industry. If you go to Winstead, Minnesota, we've got Miller Brand Manufacturing and AWI. If you go out along Highway 12, you got Litfin Manufacturing, Timberweld, Custom Products, Dura Supreme, Spectralytics, all small businesses, all family-owned businesses, all manufacturing businesses, and there isn't anything that they make that doesn't move except by the trucking industry. And as a result, I've got a lot of small trucking industries in my district. Quast, McKim, Kokish, J&M, GR Daniels, Hicks Trucking, scattered all over my district. And this is what my trucking industry people tell me if this bill passes. One of my constituents owns a small family-owned business, trucking industry. He says, I can tell you that 6% sales tax on commercial motor vehicle repairs will send work to surrounding states. The majority of our trucking is over the road, and we can have repairs done anywhere it is the cheapest. He goes on to say that 6% sales tax on warehouse services will cripple the warehouse cross-dock business in Minnesota. He says, I've got a friend who owns and manages about 2 million square feet of storage, get this, in the metro area. In the metro area. And he says that his customers will leave the state for 6%. Then he goes on to ask a rhetorical question as to whether or not these people are crazy. Members, I've just got to tell you that what you are proposing to do is invite businesses that are currently located in Minnesota to leave, and you are encouraging those who are intended on bringing forth new businesses or expanding existing businesses to not come to Minnesota. This is, in my estimation, the worst possible thing that we could do to stimulate our economy. And I would encourage everyone to vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Newman. Senator, I think the list had Senator Osmek first, and then Senator Limmer, you're next. Senator Osmek.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize right now. My voice is a little bit off. I had a laryngitis over the weekend. Today, we know you're going to pass the bill. We know the majority has the votes. I just want to talk to one aspect of this bill. When is a temporary tax ever going to be a temporary tax in the state of Minnesota? When is that going to happen? In this bill, there is the extension of a provision for Hennepin County and I believe Ramsey County to extend a temporary tax again. In 1997, there was an additional fee put on when you transferred a mortgage or took on a mortgage or had a deed. And that was to go to an environmental fund, and it does. It goes to a Brownsfield fund. It's a good fund. We all believe in a cleaner environment, and I don't have a problem with that. The problem is it was supposed to be a temporary tax. It was sunset claused in 1997 when it was originally written. It was sunset clause for 2003. Well, in 2002, the legislature came in and said, nope, we're going to take that sunset and we're going to push that to 2008. Then in 2008, they came in again and said, well, we're going to push it to 2013. Here we are again. Now we're going to give it another 10 years. You know, when exactly are we going to have a temporary tax mean a temporary tax? Hennepin County has a budget, just like we have a budget, just like every city has a budget. If this is a priority for Hennepin County and Ramsey County, let them put it in their budget. If this is a temporary tax, then make it a temporary tax. For heaven knows we got rid of the Sunset Commission. We sunsetted the Sunset Commission already. We can't let a tax sunset on its own. We have to resurrect it like a remake of a bad movie. It continues on and on and on. In the House, we're going to see, I'm sure when it comes back from conference committee, we're going to see a surcharge on the wealthy individuals that pay taxes in Minnesota. Surcharge, and it's a temporary surcharge. How many times are we going to get fooled by temporary around here? How many times are we going to say something's temporary and then pull the rules out, change the rules? If we were intellectually honest, instead of extending this extension on the sunset from 2013 to 20, incidentally, it's expired right now. I sure hope we're not collecting it in Hennepin County and Ramsey County right now because the legislation doesn't support this. But instead of extending it to 10 more years to 2023, why don't we just get rid of the sunset clause in the first place? Why are we playing this kabuki dance and pretending that a temporary tax is a temporary tax in Minnesota? There are only two things in life, and we've heard this before. There's two things in life that we can be assured of: death and taxes. And with this bill, we are taxing Minnesotans to death. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Osmek, thank you. Senator Limmer? Oh, Senator Limmer, before you go, Senator Skoye was standing, I think, in response. Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Osmek, just briefly, we kept the sunset so that we could review it to make sure there was need. And with regard to taxes that never go away, we are eliminating the sales tax on local governments in this bill, as the 10% surcharge on income went away in the 90s.
Senator Osmek, to that point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Skoye. I didn't say that there weren't good things in this bill. I absolutely support repealing sales tax on the local jurisdiction. That is something that will make our governments, our local governments, more effective. It will reduce the amount of taxes that they need to run their operation. It inadvertently is a property tax cut. It's a savings measure, and I applaud that measure. But this is one that's simple. This is one that's straightforward. We should be able to sunset a tax that was temporarily put in 1997 and now is going to see its 25th birthday or longer. I think to be intellectually honest, we should just delete the sunset clause and be honest about things. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Osmek. And gentle reminder to address comments through the chair. Senator Limmer and Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to bring your attention to a handout that I had placed on all of your desks. It's from the Sheriff's Association of Minnesota as well as the Minnesota County Attorneys Association. In that letter, they warn us about cigarette taxes and increasing that dollar amount. What is happening in other states is that we now are by raising taxes, we make it a very lucrative business for black marketing of cigarettes if this passes. The cost that is raised, that puts the total cost on a pack of cigarettes, goes up higher and higher to the point that it becomes a lucrative opportunity for those to ship in to black market cigarettes into the state of Minnesota.
They are warning us, the professionals in the prosecutorial role, as well as the Sheriff's Association, are warning us in the state of Minnesota not to do so, especially if you do not give our law enforcement the same amount of resources to combat it. We will have an increase in crime on this if we continue going down this path. Just a few short years ago, we raised taxes on cigarettes and tobacco products. Unfortunately, there's still people that are addicted to tobacco, we know. I'm not quite sure if there's been a cessation of tobacco use in Minnesota. I have heard that it has decreased a little bit, but on the other hand, we've invested quite a bit of public dollars into that type of a change in cultural aspects toward Minnesota's tobacco smoking. We've made public service announcements. We've changed our curriculums in our public schools. We don't want our kids to get involved in this, but let's approach this with eyes wide open. According to them, and according to an individual from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, have been quoted as saying, there is no doubt there's a direct relationship between the increase in states' tax and an increase in illegal trafficking. This is in reference to tobacco. And of course, John Kingery and James Franklin of these respected organizations say, we agree with John D'Angelo, the member of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Pursuing and investigating these types of cases divert our already strapped law enforcement resources from other pressing community matters. Minnesota is now prone to even more cross-border cigarette sales and smuggling that typically fuels additional criminal activity. Eyes wide open, members. This is where we're going. You can only push the Keynesian aspect of economics only so far before you start having dire negative results.
Thank you, Senator Limmer. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I was sitting here looking at this bill, I was thinking income taxes. People work really hard, and then I started realizing there's a lot of stuff in here that isn't about hardworking Minnesotans. It's about what we do on our weekends. So we have for us now the DFL all-tax weekend. You wake up Saturday morning, you realize the kids need some new clothes for camp, so you're going to get to pay a new tax. You take one of the kids out for a haircut, you get to pay a new tax. Maybe the haircut didn't go so well, so you get them a twins ball cap, new tax. You need your washing machine repaired because you just don't have enough to buy a new one right now, new tax. You get your car fixed because, again, you just don't have enough to buy a new one. Or maybe it's just time for an oil change and a tire rotation, new tax. You decide you're going to spring for a treat for the son who got the bad haircut. You're going to take him to the nosebleed seats at the Twins game, new tax. Sunday, maybe you go to church, maybe you don't, but you decide you're going to take your boat out. You remember where you store your boat because you can't keep it in your driveway year-round? Oh, you get to pay a tax on that too now. Ladies and gentlemen, there isn't an aspect of our life they won't tax. There'll be electricity taxes when you finally get home and you need to turn on the lights because it's dark when you get the boat put away and get all the life jackets unpacked and hung up to dry. And Monday morning, you get to get up again and pay a whole bunch more income taxes. Welcome to Minnesota.
Thank you, Senator Benson. Senator Latz, I'm sorry I missed you on that last call round.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, just in response to Senator Limmer's comments on the tobacco tax increase, tobacco is indeed a public safety issue in Minnesota. It's a public health issue in Minnesota. I'll tell you why. Because tobacco kills more Minnesotans than alcohol, homicides, car accidents, AIDS, illegal drugs, and suicide combined. Members, a 94-cent per pack increase in the cigarette tax would prevent 29,000 Minnesota kids from starting to smoke as teenagers becoming addicted adults. It would help 22,900 Minnesotan adults quit smoking. It would save 16,000 Minnesotans from premature death relating to smoking, and it would save the state more than $1 billion in long-term health care costs. I suspect that law enforcement would be willing to do a little more interdiction work on smuggling in return for the benefits that reduced smoking caused by a tobacco tax increase will lead us to.
Thank you, Senator Latz. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, you and I might agree to one thing, and that is, with all the statistics that you've compiled and shown to us, maybe we should do something and be the first state to do it. Let's just outlaw tobacco altogether and quit making it a cash cow for this state government to rely on. We're the ones that are addicted to the cash flow.
Senator Limmer. Senator Diedzik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did receive this letter back in April 10th, and as I mentioned earlier, we looked at many different tobacco bills in committee, and so I did actually talk to the County Attorney's Office, County Attorneys Association and the Sheriff's Association, and many of those other bills were much higher than what we are proposing in this bill. The increase on the taxes was much higher, and so my understanding in my discussions with them is they were more concerned about some of those higher increases. So thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Diedzik. Moving on, Senator Thompson is the next on the list. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, an old saying that a government big enough to give you anything you want can take anything you have. And this is clearly a microcosm of that, an example of that, this tax bill. It's taking something from everybody. The question I want to ask the citizens of Minnesota is, what are you getting for it? Obviously, we knew after the results of the November election that we were likely to see tax increases during this legislative session. And of course, Governor Dayton ran on the idea and talked incessantly for 2 years during the last biennium about the need to, quote, tax the rich, get those people. But I will tell you, I have been absolutely stunned by the fact that there are so many tax proposals that are just taking it to the regular middle-class, hard-working taxpayers in this state and have nothing to do with going after the rich. Would Senator Skoye take a question?
Senator Skoye will yield.
Senator Skoye, do you believe that a single person, maybe a single parent with a couple of kids, earning $79,000 is rich? Do you believe that's rich?
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Thompson. I think that everybody has their own perspective on wealth, and we all aspire to be in the wealthier levels. Some attain it and some don't. I think it's an individual perspective, but you know what this, hopefully this bill is doing is investing in our state enough so that we give everybody opportunities to strive and to rise and to climb the ladder of success.
Senator Thompson.
Well, Mr. President, I would ask Senator Skoye if he would take another question.
Senator Skoye will yield.
I don't feel I really got an answer to my question there, Senator Skoye, but I'll try it from another angle. Do you believe that raising taxes on individuals earning $79,000 or couples earning $140,000 gives more or less as incentive to aspire to that wealth?
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Thompson. Well, when you look at the state and you look at what has made our state really, really strong, has been our commitment to our workforce, and that would include all of those people. And as those people strive to succeed and they reach toward those levels, then they have the ability to help a little more and to pay back a little more to the state that has given them the opportunities to be successful. And to whether they perceive themselves as rich or not, I do not understand individual perceptives that well, but I think that one of the tax policies that I've always carried through is that the taxes should be related to the ability to pay. And the income tax is the tax that Minnesota has that relates to that the best.
Senator Thompson.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Skoye. Well, I'm going to posit a theory. And that is that if we were to go down to one of Minnesota's malls today, or Main Street and War Road, or Minneapolis, or Crookston, and ask people if they believe $79,000 in 2013 is rich, I don't think most people would have as much difficulty answering that question as Senator Skoye did. But you know, it's interesting because Senator Skoye turned the argument to what's being invested in. And I find that to be rather amusing too. Because in the last time we did a budget, which was 2011, and the Republicans were in charge of this Senate, had the majority, you know, we added more to the education formula than the Democrats are with this budget, where they're getting an additional $2 billion roughly in tax revenue. And I look at the Health and Human Services budget. We held the line on taxes 2 years ago, but took care of the core needs within Health and Human Services much better than is being taken care of here. Where's the $2 billion going? Plus the additional $1 billion that are a part of the forecast that we received from the state economist here a couple of months ago. So since the argument has come down to this is a good investment, I would ask every man and woman in Minnesota to really sit down and evaluate, how does increasing the sales tax help you? When you wake up on Saturday and go pay the list of taxes that Senator Benson just referred to, how does that help you? What is that doing for you? As you sit at your kitchen table and try to figure out how you're going to make your budget and how you're going to have enough money at the end of the month, how does it help to put an extra tax on tobacco? I share Senator Limmer's concern about the black market, but beyond that, how does it help you, mom or dad, young person trying to get your start in life, to tax somebody else? What's being invested in that is helping you so much? How does the sports memorabilia tax help you? How will it make your life better on Monday? We've decided to not follow the federal trend, and instead we're hitting people harder with the death tax. So that makes it harder for a farmer who has spent his life cultivating the soil in the Red River Valley or southwestern Minnesota, makes it harder to make certain that his son or daughter can remain on the farm and be successful in the future. How does that help you? How does that help Minnesota? Mr. President, I submit that it doesn't. How does it help to hit public utilities whose profits are basically set by the government, so they're going to pass that cost right on to you? So this tax bill fails at every level. It's hitting every single Minnesotan, whether you get haircuts, or you buy sports memorabilia, or you get your automobile repaired, or you buy a logoed jersey for your son or daughter to play baseball or softball with that happens to be licensed by a professional sports team. And how does that help anybody? We're simply burdening the entire population with greater and greater costs, and it doesn't help anybody. And I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote no.
Further discussion on House File 677. Senator Nino.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I recall last session in the other body, there was a tax chair. He came out with a tax bill, and he called it a smoking hot tax bill. And, Mr. President, this goes way beyond smoking hot. This one's going to burn you. In Minnesota, anyone that touches this bill is going to get burned, and this bill touches all of you, every single one of you. You want to buy a t-shirt, we got a t-shirt tax. You want to buy some Tylenol, we got the Tylenol tax. Now think about that. I remember when I was first married at 20 and my first child at 21, and I wasn't making a lot of money. And when my kid got sick, I didn't have to pay a tax. But when your kid gets sick, you're going to get a tax. That's what's in this bill. Now, everybody here probably knows somebody that got married. I was privileged enough to have my oldest daughter get married just last December. And I think everybody in my family went and got their hair cut. And the women in my family might have had an extra special thing done with their hair. A little more than what I would do with mine. That's not cheap. You know that, those of you that are watching. That's not cheap. Now we're going to tax it. Oh, But better yet, if that wedding's catered, or if you have somebody trying to help you with it, a wedding planner, we're going to tax it. You get married, you get burned. Get your hair done, you get burned. Now maybe that newlywed couple, probably not very wealthy. I doubt they're rich. Who knows? Who knows? I wasn't rich when I got married. Maybe they're going to go skiing in Montana. And they don't have the money to fly, so they're going to drive. But you know what? Their car's probably 10 years old, and they want to get it fixed up first. Maybe the transmission's a little iffy. We're going to tax it. You get your car fixed, you get burned. Now, who watching this live or on the video archive hasn't had their car fixed? $1,000 transmission at 5 or 6% tax, that adds up fast. You're going to get burned. Furnace breaks down in the middle of January. That's not an optional repair, but we're going to tax it. You subscribe to some, I don't know, Time Magazine, Sports Illustrated. You want to prep for fantasy football season. We're going to tax it. You're going to get burned. Where in that list, clothing, Tylenol, auto repair, catering for a wedding, furnace maintenance, Sports Illustrated, where in that list are we taxing the rich? How are we making the rich pay their fair share with that list? Every single one of those is a regressive tax. Every single one. Now, make note, why clearly that's not making the rich pay their fair share, so why is it on the list? I'll tell you why. Because we had a $600 million deficit, but $1.8 billion in tax increases. 3 times as much in tax increase than what we need to balance the budget. 3 times. And you can't get it all from the rich. There's just not enough of them. You have to go after Joe and Susie Main Street. And that's why we're taxing tobacco, brake jobs, overalls, farm machinery. Your farm breaks down or your tractor breaks down in harvest season. You're just going to wait till January to get it fixed? Of course not. Of course not. You're going to order the part yourself and do the work yourself? Of course not. It has to get done right now. And if you got to hire someone to do that, we're going to tax it. That's not making the rich pay their fair share. That's what everybody, as far as I could tell, on the other side of the aisle, seemed to campaign on that. That's what Governor Dayton said. Make the top 2%. Well, then why are we going after the top 7% on the income tax and all the rest of them, the other 93% on the list that I just read? Because it's never enough. If ever there was a time for the average Minnesotan to know whether government ever had enough or not, look at this bill. Because we had a $600 million deficit, and just this bill alone, 3 times that in tax increases, $1.8 billion. That's not even counting the transportation bill over 4 years, $1.7 billion, $1 billion in fees across all the rest of the other budgets. That's not even counting that. Just this bill alone, 3 times the tax increase that we need to solve 1/3 of the problem. It's never enough. In Minnesota, you're all going to get burned.
Further discussion on House File 677. Any further discussion? Senator Chamberlain. Senator Ortman, are you hoping to be recognized next?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, well, you remember that snake oil, Mr. President, we talked about last Thursday that you've been selling to Minnesotans, trying to get them to buy? Well, today, you propose to tax that snake oil. Insult to injury. The taking from Minnesotans began back in March, the healthcare exchange. It's continued unabated, and today it will hit a high point. And as others have said, this will impact every Minnesotan. Everyone. Some people didn't mention digital products. Maybe Senator Eno did. Clothing, auto repairs. That's not the 1%. But more importantly, the money's important. But the taking involves, Mr. President, much more than money. You're taking livelihoods. You're taking from people's future. and you're taking their opportunity. We really have two visions here: opportunity and overreach. One of opportunity and economic freedom, and one, Mr. President, I would suggest, of the DFL party is of decline and dependence. With opportunity and freedom, we believe in the inherent dignity of the individual and the power of the human spirit. We also believe that while government is necessary, an unrestrained government can be very harmful. We're not all angels, so we need government. It has to play a role. But for those of you who have gained an understanding of history, unrestrained and overreaching governments have caused great harm, pain, and suffering throughout history. Another point about opportunity and economic freedom is that government cannot solve all the problems. We freely admit that. No matter how much you tax people, you cannot bring prosperity to this state. And you're taking a lot. Senator Gazelka mentioned up to $3 billion in new taxes and fees. No matter how much you burden Minnesota families, you're not going to help them out. Simply put, the government's not going to save people from themselves. We cannot provide salvation to everybody. We can help, but we have to be careful about what we do. What about the other side? How do you treat dignity and the human spirit? Your policies, the encroaching policies of an overreaching government, is simply an anchor around the neck of all these hardworking citizens and Minnesota families. In short, it ends up breaking their spirit. Your vision has no clear understanding of the restraint of government power, which is force. And without that understanding, you create great hazards for people. And lastly, without those guidelines, and you offer the false hope and false promise of saving grace and salvation to all those Minnesotans. That leads me back to the snake oil. It's simply the government narcotic you offer to the citizens. And we all know what it is again. You pay a lot for it, it does nothing for you, and it may get you sick in the end. Mr. President, members, this bill will make a lot of people sick. It creates an unhealthy dependence and damages our spirit and our dignity. You create winners and losers. It's completely arbitrary. Cities, counties, regions, particular businesses, Baxter International, behind closed doors, among others. So opportunity and economic freedom, dependence and decline, yours is the latter. The path of unrestrained government, overreaching government, arbitrary application of the laws and the principles of taxation. It's a dangerous path to follow. It's going to be hard to get off it once this happens. Again, Minnesotans are going to feel this and they'll remember it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chamberlain. Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I want to just take it back a few months when all of us were working so hard to secure these chairs and these desks in this chamber and to get our name up on this board off to our right and off to our left. What were we talking about as we were knocking on doors, walking in those parades, members? It had nothing to do, members, it had nothing to do with taxing a married couple that makes $140,000. You just heard the percentages. nobody was talking about taxing the top 7% of income earners in this state. Members, nobody was. In St. Cloud this weekend, I made some phone calls and did some research. Members in the community I serve and live in, that married couple that makes $140,000, that's a registered nurse at the St. Cloud Hospital, Mr. President. That's an over-the-road truck driver that spends days at a time away from his family to be able to provide for his family and meet their needs as we move forward. Members, as you pulled into driveways across your district and knocked on doors, and there was a tractor trailer pulled up in that driveway in front of that shed, members, there's a good chance that person was an owner-operator driving that truck across the highways of this state and this country. Remember, that's who you're taxing with this bill and this income tax. And you know what that over-the-road truck driver wants to do after he provides for his family, takes care of those basic needs? Members, they want to buy another truck. When you're going to vote for this bill, members, I ask you to take yourself back just a few months when you were knocking on the door of that registered nurse in your district, or that over-the-road truck driver, that air traffic controller, that physical therapist. Members, these are all folks that are going to be paying the highest rate in that category. That category we just talked about, from $140,000 up to $250,000. I understand somebody's going to stand up and talk about how we can be proud of that, how it's going to be important for our economy to move forward and take care of the things we need to do. But members, that's not what you told residents in Minnesota, and I think you're going to be held accountable for that. If you decide to support this measure, I think you're going to be held accountable for that, because you didn't say it. You didn't talk about that when somebody asked you that question. You can say, oh, well, you've probably been told, well, this isn't where it's going to be. You know, the governor wants taxes on the top 2%. Here in the Senate, we're going to have taxes on the top 7%. Oh, we might end up in the middle somewhere. That's probably what you've been told. But members, I'll tell you, that's not what we talked about. If you're a logger in northern Minnesota, working on the pulp pile every day, trying to provide for your family, get those trees to market. Members, what this bill does for small business owners that have gross sales of $1.4 million, and I think it's reasonable to expect that they would work towards a pre-tax net income of 10%. That's certainly a goal every small business wants to work towards. Members, that's who you're going to be taxing. And you know what a guy or a woman and a family working on the pulp pile in the woods, what do they want to buy next? They want to buy another skidder. They want to be able to replace that skidder they have, that they're limping through the season potentially. And you know what? They're not going to be able to do it because you're raising their income taxes by 20% when you vote for this bill, members. I ask that you think about that as you're moving forward, thinking about this bill, because I don't think very many of us in this chamber ran for office thinking we were going to raise income taxes on registered nurses, over-the-road truck drivers, physical therapists, air traffic controllers, airline mechanics, bricklayers, union bricklayers, union carpenters, and alike. Members, that's who you're going to be raising income taxes on if you vote for this bill. Members, please think about that and consider casting that red vote later on this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Peterson. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to just talk about the attitude in this bill, this tax bill, and I think Senator Peterson did a very good job of summarizing who this is going to target. And it's our job creators. It's those subchapter S businesses, the 91,000 out there. And frankly, those businesses, and I know this for a fact because our family business is one, they're all talking out there, which is the worst tax bill, the governor's, the House, or the Senate. And this one they're very, very scared of. And if I could have a show of hands on the floor, Mr. President, I would. I'd ask everybody to say, who has a subchapter S in this chamber? Who's the one that stays up at night and frets and has taken the risk to build a business, to provide health care for their employees, worried sick how they're going to make ends meet, have taken the risk over and over again? Who in this chamber has done that? Because if you have, you should be very scared about this the attitude in this tax bill too, because obviously you made this investment in this state, you believed in this state, you stayed here, you expanded, you wanted to raise your children here, and the state is not believing in you. They believe that you're not doing enough. It was very interesting because the other day, during the healthcare debate, or a couple weeks ago, the Welfare Rights Commission came to my office, and one of the gals, she's very nice, but she had a t-shirt on that said, "Eat the rich." So obviously, eat the rich means anybody that makes $140,000 now, or $140,000, which could be a teacher, 2 teachers in a household that have their masters. Anybody in the suburban area that's a teacher, has their masters, could be considered rich. I believe that we have done a very big disservice to our small business owners, to the people who have taken the risks, that are providing the jobs, and very slowly, but very quietly, they're going to start moving out of the state. They're looking for their exit strategy. And I can say that for a fact, because normally in a family business, which we have, you have a few people up here and they have a bunch of kids, and then you have this long line of people that take over the business. Well, unfortunately, it all comes down in our family business to my 3 children that are going to take over this large corporation. And believe me, they are looking for their exit strategy. They cannot understand what the state is doing with this tax bill and the attitude that they have. And every day, there are promotions, calls, emails, letters, visits from North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. We're competing with Iowa in my district. How embarrassing, folks. It is. And I just find it amazing that we're not thinking more globally. We should be competing globally. We're competing with our surrounding states and just trying to hang on. So, folks, it's very interesting, this tax bill, because you obviously have to raise sales tax to give sales tax relief. You have to raise property taxes to give property tax relief. I mean, what is the message that we're trying to send here? What is the best for the state? If we step back and really think about what's best for the state, this tax bill is not it. We should go back to the drawing board.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Senator Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to stand to talk about some of the good things in this bill. And while I don't agree with every single detail and every specific provision, the general direction that it's moving in is a good one. For one thing, the direction away from property taxes, which are the most regressive form of taxes in our state, and hits the lower and the middle income people the hardest, and hits people in the greater Minnesota areas the hardest as well. We've seen property taxes go up 8 times faster on homeowners in the greater Minnesota communities of our state than they have in the metropolitan area. So we're moving away from the more regressive system of taxation, which is important not just for our homeowners and our citizens, but also for our businesses, especially in the border city communities where property taxes have been especially devastating. Another important point to make about this bill is that it finally puts the state on firm financial foundations. There are no more gimmicks in this bill. There's no more kicking the can down the road. It's a responsible and honest bill that fixes the structural deficit problem that we've been experiencing over the last decade. And I've been getting a little tired of waking up after every election and facing another budget deficit, one after another, because the problem wasn't being fixed. It was simply being delayed, simply being kicked down the road, and oftentimes not just waking up to the same deficit, but a worse one. So for the first time in a decade, we now have a budget that is actually going to balance structurally. It will enable us to make the long-term decisions necessary for long-term success. As everybody knows, when you're in crisis mode and trying to figure out how to get over the next the most recent financial crisis, oftentimes you make short-sighted decisions that have long-term costs. We need to get out of that cycle and out of that mode, and that's what this bill does. And I think that's important to point out. And there was some discussion earlier about border cities, the border cities specifically on the western border along North Dakota. And I think it is important to point out, Senator Westrom had brought this up, and it's an important point that we have a unique situation there that we're facing. North Dakota does have the oil fields. There's some other advantages that they have as well, including much of the federal money that they receive. But the oil fields have generated so much revenue in that state that they are an outlier of all the states in the country. Matter of fact, over a year ago when we went to the One Minnesota Conference, which we do every year, I attended that One Minnesota Conference, and there was somebody from the National Conference of State Legislatures that was going to present statistics on the states. And the first thing he said was, don't compare yourself with North Dakota. Don't compare yourself with North Dakota because they are such an outlier. No other state even comes close to them. The problem for me and others along the North Dakota border, including Senator Westrom and Senator Stumpf, is that we have to compare ourselves to North Dakota. We live right on the border. And one thing that this bill does, there's something called the Disparity Reduction Credit, which was started years ago in order to address the disparities between North Dakota and Minnesota for those border city communities that would be negatively affected by it, to try to keep our property tax rates somewhat comparable to those in North Dakota. And it worked for a while, worked, and it's still working well. The problem is that North Dakota's property taxes have gone down even more since that was put in place. And in this bill, there is a disparity reduction credit that lowers it from 2.3%, which it's currently at, to 1.9%, making our businesses, our communities more competitive with those in North Dakota, which is a benefit for the whole state. Because when businesses stay in Moorhead, when they stay in Breckenridge, when they stay in East Grand Forks and Dilworth, they generate income for our state. They create jobs for our citizens. And that's why we need programs like that to help not just those border city communities, but to help the whole state prosper. And for that reason, I do support it, and as I mentioned, I don't support every specific provision in this bill, but the general direction is a good one. Getting away from the regressive property taxes, which burden our businesses, our smaller businesses especially the most, and our homeowners of average means, moving to a less regressive system, getting us on firm financial foundations, and helping out some of those that are facing the most challenging situations along the border of our state. And while I hope for even more, I understand this is a work in progress. I'm hoping that when it comes back from conference committee, it's going to make a good bill even better. So with that, I ask for your support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Eakin. And members, my intention is to call on Senator Ortman and then Senator Skoye to close. So any other discussion before I call on Senator Kiffmeyer, Senator Senjum, Senator Kiffmeyer? Why don't you start? Senator Weber, I have you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. Here we are today. We've got this big honkin' tax bill in front of us. And I was thinking about how this hurts our economy and how it's such a failure of understanding how things really work out there. So, Mr. President, I was thinking about just on a day-to-day basis, it's kind of like a slow leak in your tire. So on a day-to-day basis, you go to get some school clothes, lose a little air in that tire. Maybe a little hobby of baseball cards, some more air out of that tire. Maybe get a haircut, more air out of that tire. And so it goes throughout the year. Auto repair, household items, more air out of your paycheck tire. You want to do a little fun thing, sports jerseys with the kids? More air out of your tire, cable equipment, purchase things over the internet, washing machine breaks down, the dishwasher, psh, more air out of your tire. Gives you a headache. Oh, by the way, psh, tax your aspirin, more air, out it goes. On a day-to-day basis, hurting the economy. You know, in other cases, sometimes they call it a stimulus. Oh, that's right, they did call it a stimulus. You got to keep 2% of your paycheck, a little bit more. Little air in that tire. That was stimulus. Only if it's the government's idea. If it's your idea and you want to spend a little bit more, that doesn't count as stimulus. So we go day to day, losing air out of your paycheck tire. But then you get to the end of the year and you think, well, maybe there'll be some good news here. And you're going to fill out your taxes and, oh my gosh, look what happens. One heck of a nail in that tire. You found out that after working harder all year, a little overtime, trying to climb that ladder of success, and you actually get to do pretty good. You really worked hard. A little second job, husband and wife maybe working, you're single, you're doing some things. What happens? Those top rungs on that ladder just got a lot shorter. Why bother, you say? More air out of the tire of innovation. Why work harder? Why try? You take the air out of that tire of the heart, of the wanting to. That's what really, really hurts. And then the third way is the seed corn. I grew up in a farming community. Not only did you raise enough grain to feed your cattle, maybe sell some on the market and do some things, but you kept a little back for next year. So plant something for next year. So where's the seed corn going? Government tax, psh, there it goes. And so you have a situation where maybe if you got to keep some, you'd expand. You'd remodel the kitchen. Maybe you do some good things. Maybe you give some money to the kids. There are so many good things you can do with it, but you don't have it anymore because they took your seed corn. It's a failure of economic understanding of what this means on a day-to-day basis, the leaky tire, psh. The end of the year, take some more, take the heart out of you, psh, more air going out. And then you get your seed corn. This is just not good. Members, don't vote for this tax bill. It hurts.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Madam President and members. In coffee shop vernacular, I suppose I should say that today's a tough day in River City. I find myself between a rock and a hard place. Madam President, a rock because this is truly, in my opinion, a hurtful tax bill from the standpoint of at least how I see the world, and I know how many others see the world, and I would suggest that I agree with everything that's been said here today. It is a rock that when thrown into the lake of economic prosperity and growth for Minnesota, I think sinks quickly. And as a result of that sinking, we don't have that new beginning for the state of Minnesota that we certainly all want and that we've been striving for over the last couple of years. Members, this bill does not move Minnesota forward, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of, frankly, most people in Minnesota. It does move government forward. There's no question about that. Government will do well from the standpoint of this bill. It will have lots and lots of resources. But think about it, members. It takes, frankly, both from the rich and the poor, money that, frankly, the rich and the poor probably could be spending better to not only enrich their lives, but the status, if you will, the wealth of the state of Minnesota. Our society as a whole, members, is not going to grow and be what we want it to be with this kind of tax, I'll call it stagnation. The hard place, between this rock and the hard place thing, obviously for me becomes the question of Destination Medical Center. I wish it wasn't in this bill. I wish it was a separate bill, but That's not for me to decide. There certainly are a few good things in the bill, but I would suggest members, from my perspective, Destination Medical Center is a rose in a bed of rocks. Arguably, in my opinion, the largest economic development project in this state's history, and insofar as I'm aware, from a singular point of view, in this nation's history. I've never seen anything or been able to find any project quite this large. In this case, Mayo Clinic is going to spend $5.5 billion in Rochester enhancing their program and their facilities. That's equivalent, at least in terms of cash value, to 3 Disney Worlds in downtown Rochester. Almost unimaginable, 3 Disney Worlds. The city is going to contribute in total with the county $168 million. May or may not sound like a lot to you, but just doing a little calculation on today's population, that's over $1,500 for every man, woman, and child in our city. That's a lot of money. But so what do we get? 30,000 new jobs, pretty impressive. The state will get, as this thing grows, $150 million a year worth of new revenue. That's impressive. The state, and thank you, will contribute $327 million to help this goal from the standpoint of public infrastructure within our city, and that's important. From the standpoint of how it works, Mayo goes first. Nothing happens, no money comes to Rochester until Mayo has put in $250 million. 3% of that, $7.5 million, would be the initial payment to be matched by the city. And correspondingly, through the years, that match will exist up until the maximum, if you will, of Destination Medical Center accrues. So members, Destination Medical Center and support of that ensures, frankly, from our perspective, forevermore, at least a century on going forward, that the Mayo Clinic will continue to be a part of the fabric of Minnesota, that its future will be in Minnesota. And I think irrespective of what you think of this bill, that's important. I'm bullish, frankly, on Mayo. I happen to work there for my working life. I consider it, and you might believe, the finest organization on the face of the earth. I'm proud to represent Mayo as part of my city and my district. I'm proud of what they do every day for patients and for human mankind. So as I drive home with the idea that I must support Destination Medical Center. It's just that great, and frankly, Madam Chair, it's just that important. Thank you so much.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Madam President. I had really decided that I was not going to stand up today and talk about this bill. There have been quotes given me in the past couple of days, one attributed to the late Senator Kubley and one to former Senator Jen Olson. It goes to the effect, Madam President, that everything that probably needs to be said has been said, it just hasn't been said by everybody. And yet, as I listen to the debate on this bill, Madam President, I find that I do need to stand, I do need to rise and address a few things that have been said. It has been talked about that this is an honest and realistic budget. It has been said that people are tired of dealing with a budget deficit every couple of years. And I guess what we would infer from that is the reason we've had the budget deficits is because we haven't had enough taxes. And yet I wish to say to this chamber and to this state that the reason we've had budget deficits is not because we've had too few taxes, but rather because we've had too much spending. If we look at what has happened in the past couple of years, we look at the discussions and the topics that came up during this last year's campaign. We talk about budget shifts and school shifts and all those type of things, and we realize that we've made great progress in the last 2 years. We are operating at a surplus, and we're operating at a surplus because 2 years ago there were difficult decisions made. And in the budgeting process, we brought our spending in line with what was happening in terms of our economic growth. Today, we're being asked to support our habit of government spending once more, Madam President. We're taking a look at at an 8% increase in state spending, while we're seeing our economy grow at the rate of 2.5%. And then in a few years, we'll wonder, why do we have a deficit once more? The reality of it is, we have to be in control of our spending. We have to be in control of our taxing habits. Because the reality of it is that we as government can do that which is no different than private business and the private individual. We cannot continually spend more than we take in, and we cannot continually go to our taxpayers and ask them to give us more, because eventually the well runs dry for them, and they neither can support our spending habits here in St. Paul. And so today I rise in opposition to this bill. I do not deny that there are good things in it. My local communities depend on local government aid. My state, my counties and my cities, they should not have ever paid sales taxes on their expenditures. I mean, it's typical of Minnesota. We even use tax dollars to pay tax dollars. And so that is a good practice to get rid of that provision. But today we are walking down the same old paths that we have always walked. We're continuing to spend money, pour money down the same old holes we have always poured it down, and expect something different to come out of them. And the reality of it is that instead of being number one in job growth and instead of being number one and having businesses being able to come here and prosper, instead of being number one in achieving true growth for the people of this state, we are just simply being satisfied with being number one in charging taxes. And as a result, even though there are good things in this bill, I cannot support it, and I shall not support it. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam President. To quote former legislators that have served in this Capitol, it's a sad day in Minnesota. Sad day, because as Senator Senjum said, sure, there's some people moving forward. What's moving forward is bigger government, more expensive government, wasteful spending opportunities that we're not going to search out because we're just going to raise more taxes, keep feeding the same old government, wasteful spending that we've done in the past. Members, I rise up in opposition to this bill. I agree with Senator Weber's comments. There's some good provisions in this bill. But members, this dog don't hunt. This dog don't hunt because it moves forward a few people, government interests, at the expense of the Minnesota taxpayer. Not just the rich, not just the middle class, not just the poor, every one of them. Because the insatiable appetite of government can't be put on a diet. We're going to raise the base spending in a lot of areas. We're going to move forward in this bill politicians' interests by bringing back the funding for the political contribution rebate, or what I would call the political welfare system. We haven't even heard about that here today, members. $12 million for politicians' campaign funds, but we can't fund our nursing home staff adequately, so they get pushed behind. So in this bill, we move government's interests forward, we move politicians' interests forward, bring back these kind of programs that we set aside to balance the budget in the past, and focus on the priorities at the expense of those that won't have a say in how we change government. They'll just be asked to pay more. Don't ask questions. As Senator Gazelka earlier said, don't ask questions. I'm the tax man. We'll just take it from you. We'll just keep feeding government. We don't want to look hard at government and fixing wasteful government areas. We want to bring back programs for politicians. $12 million political contribution rebate. Everybody's aware of that program, but it went away because we thought there's other priorities in this state. But today we're going to move the government interests ahead, politicians' interests ahead, and move behind the families and the taxpayers of Minnesota. Sure doesn't sound like the rhetoric I heard last fall. I often remember the one slogan and one ad after ad after ad, paid for by moving Minnesota forward. Well, the citizens out in Minnesota listening today, this is what moving Minnesota forward is all about. Tax everyone. Excuse wasteful government spending. Don't reform government. Advance forward government interests and politicians' interests, and put behind are the taxpayers, the poor, the middle, and the upper class in Minnesota, and the job providers in our state. Members, this dog don't hunt. This dog don't hunt. I urge a red vote.
Senator Ortman.
Madam President, this proposal is unsustainable, but I'm wondering if anybody in this chamber really went out and knocked on doors and said, I'd like to tax the poor and the elderly and the hardest working Minnesotans. Did anybody in this chamber say that ever? Is there a lit piece somewhere that said, we'll do the right thing, we'll tax the elderly and the poor in Minnesota to balance the budget? Anybody say that? $627 million is our deficit. We could resolve that without asking for $1 more from anybody in the state of Minnesota. Members, I want to tell you the story about Walt Mischel. I'm guessing that most people don't know who Walt Mischel is. He could be an elderly gentleman in Senator Torres Ray's district, living with his son and daughter and their children, who will have to pay more for cough medicine and car repairs and aspirin. But that's not who Walt Mischel is. He could be a father of two unemployed in Hamburg, a small city in my district that really struggles with unemployment. With two children, he could be taxed to pay for the infant Tylenol for his sick baby, a tax for the underwear and socks for his other child. If he goes to the Goodwill in Chanhassen, yes, there's a Goodwill in Chanhassen, he would pay sales tax on the purchase of second-hand clothing for his children. It could just be an underemployed father in Senator Bonoff's district. But that's not who Walt Mischel is. He could be a business owner in Senator Dibble's district who has a trucking company that will pay $30,000 more in taxes every year, which is $30,000 less that he has to pay for a full-time employee, to hire two part-time employees, to give raises and bonuses to everybody on his staff, or to buy another used truck to expand his business. But that's not who Walt Mischel is. Do you wonder yet? He could be a small entrepreneur with an S-corp who's going to pay more in income taxes. Perhaps he has a software consulting company in Edina, or Red Wing, or Bemidji. But he can run a virtual office. He doesn't need to have an office space in any business location in the state of Minnesota. And so he could just run his business virtually, or he could leave the state entirely because of the tax burden. How many more vacancy signs do we need? Let's just raise property taxes again. Walt Mischel could be a large business investor considering relocating a business to Minnesota, but also looking at Iowa, Wisconsin, North Dakota, and South Dakota. But he's not going to pick Minnesota because the other tax climates are far more competitive for his business. Walt Mischel could be an economist at one of our colleges who came to testify in the Senate Tax Committee and told us taxes do make a difference in people's business decisions, even in their decisions about whether to go to college or not. Whether to start a business, whether to expand a business, whether to locate a business, whether to risk your own capital to start a business in Minnesota, the tax climate matters. And Walt Mischel could be that man who decides not to invest in Minnesota business. or he could be a social scientist. Walt Mischel could be the guy, and in fact he is, the guy that conducted the experiment with the marshmallows. Does anybody know about the experiment of the marshmallows, Madam President? This Walt Mischel had an experiment, and he offered 4-year-old children a marshmallow. He said, you can eat the marshmallow anytime you want, but if you can wait 15 minutes until I come back, I'll give you a second marshmallow. Well, what do you think happened? Many of the children couldn't do it. They just couldn't do it. They had to eat that first marshmallow. They looked at it, they smelled it, just overcame them, and they ate the marshmallow. And then there were some children who worked really hard. They distracted themselves, they danced, they sang, they looked around the room, and they waited, and they got that second marshmallow. The lesson from Walt Mischel, the social scientist, is that there is such thing as willpower, and it actually has a payoff. When he looked, those children that could wait, could be disciplined, could impose their own willpower, even after they forgave the first marshmallow and didn't eat that marshmallow, they got better grades in school, they got better jobs, they kept their jobs longer, they were more likely to marry successfully and for a life. Self-discipline and willpower has a payoff. And for the last 2 years, the Republicans at the state capitol adopted a disciplined budget. We balanced a $5 billion deficit without raising taxes, and what happened? The economy is starting to recover. We actually have increasing revenues that could pay our bills. And with just a little bit more fiscal discipline, we could allow Minnesotans, families, and businesses to succeed. We could encourage the economy to actually grow in Minnesota. Couldn't we wait 2 more years before imposing on Minnesotans, the elderly and the poor, to pay for this spending spree? Couldn't we have just waited 2 more years? Do we have to have a budget that raises $1.8 billion out of the pockets of hardworking Minnesotans? We need more fiscal discipline. And I want to ask new members in this chamber, Governor Dayton has said he doesn't like the clothing tax. Governor Dayton has said that the tax on income taxes should be much higher than the $140,000 level. So why exactly would you support a bill that would increase and impose taxes, and you're going to tell everyone in your district that you think the poor and the elderly should pay more taxes in Minnesota? Why? What's the story behind this? Don't you want to know? I would want to know from my leadership, why would they want me to vote on a bill that the governor has said he doesn't support? I sure hope you talk to the governor about this bill before you vote yes on taxing the poor and the elderly and every business in the state of Minnesota. Minnesotans will be hurt by this if this becomes law.
Senator Han.
Thank you. Madam President, I kind of thought I'd be giving this speech a little bit later in the day. I think we're about done with the debate. And the curious thing about this debate is there hasn't been much debate. I've not heard much from the other side. We've been talking a lot about this bill for the last, I guess, 3 hours, 4 hours, and there's been a lot of criticism, but I've not heard much defense of this bill. Heard a presentation. Senator Skoye, thank you for that. Senator Eakin made a few comments. But there's been a lot of criticism made of this bill, but I haven't heard anybody get up and say, well, that's all wrong, and here's why this bill is so good, and here's why all you Republicans who are railing on this bill, here's why you're all wrong. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard much debate. And I take that to mean that this bill, and many people in this room, and not just Republicans, believe that this bill, this tax proposal, is simply indefensible. And when you have something that's indefensible, it's hard to get up and defend it. And I think that's what we're seeing today. It doesn't take leadership to raise taxes. It's not courageous to raise taxes and spend other people's money. It would be leadership if we decided we would set priorities and spend the money that is available to the state and not reach into the pockets of hardworking taxpayers and take more money and use it on wasteful, ineffective, inefficient spending. That would be leadership. That would be courageous. But that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. And I just want to make 3 brief points here today. And I'd say the first thing is, if you don't remember anything else, I know if there's people out in the state of Minnesota watching this, and the first thing I would say, if you don't remember anything else, this is not a tax on the rich. Everybody will pay more. Everybody will pay more. Everybody will pay more in taxes. And we've heard about this. We've heard about the increases in the income taxes, and there's a long list, and we've heard a number of these things. Clothing, haircuts, electricity rates, repairs on household items, auto repair, oil changes, internet purchasing, cable equipment. It goes on and on and on. Everybody will pay more under this bill. It's shameful. We heard in the election that this was going to be a time to make the rich pay their fair share. Everybody in this state is going to pay more taxes to the state of Minnesota under this budget. The second point I would make is that in all this discussion we've had about this, and I remember back in the election, and a lot of what was talked about was not how many people we were going to tax and how much money we were going to take out of the economy. That wasn't what was talked about. It was talked about how we needed to grow the economy, how we needed to make sure there were jobs, and there's a lot of talk about that. And yet I've not heard anybody get up here and say, well, here's how all these taxes are going to grow the economy. When we take all this money out of the economy and give it to the legislature, here's how we're going to turn around and make that grow the economy. I haven't heard that, and I don't think it's described in this bill, and I don't think, frankly, that's possible. This bill, this proposal is fundamentally dishonest. It will not grow the economy, and everybody knows it. We talk about things like taxing tobacco, and why do we want to do that? Because it will discourage the use of tobacco. We talk about taxing alcohol, and why do we want to do that? Because we know it'll discourage the use of alcohol. And we talk about giving tax incentives, meaning tax reductions to businesses, and why do we do that? Because it will attract them to come, but we want to do that selectively. We want to pick a few winners and losers, but we don't want to think that if we raise taxes on everybody, that might have a negative effect on the economy, and of course, we know that it will. It happens every time we do it. And the third point I want to make is that we heard a lot of talk in the election about how we need to make sure that we set priorities and we do the things that are balanced and that we accomplish those things that have been neglected in the last few years. And so we've had the last week or so, we had a lot of spending bills, 8% growth in spending. And all I would say is, when we talk about how we need to have a balanced approach and we need to make sure we have a structural balance, well, you cannot grow the spending in the state budget by 8% and have the tails that are in this budget and expect that you're going to have a balanced budget. It just won't work. The economy doesn't grow that fast. Even inflation doesn't grow that fast. You can't spend that much money that quickly and say you're going to have a balanced budget. It just won't work. And what have we been spending money on? Well, when you look at some of the bills we've passed, look at the health care bill, turning over massive amounts of our control of health care to the federal government, massive expansion of Medicaid. We've got the health care exchange bill, high taxes, bureaucracy running health care. And we heard the other day, even when we do all that, we're still going to retain Minnesota Care because guess what? The new health care law is going to be too expensive and it's not going to do a good enough job for the poor in Minnesota that we've traditionally tried to provide for. We'll talk about education. And with all this increase in taxation, the $3 billion, $2 billion of taxation, we can afford to put, what, $20 on the general education level fund for schools. That's after the bullying bill gets paid for. $20. Local school districts get to have $20 to spend. I think when the Republicans had control of this legislature and we had our bill, we put $150 in per pupil spending in the budget. And this bill puts $20. That's the kind of spending that we're getting. That's the kind of reform we're getting, and there's no reform in this budget. There's a lot of waste. What about the shift we talked about, we heard so much about? We're increasing the shift in education. We're not paying it back. We've heard some other things about what we're paying for. $5.7 million for a minor league baseball stadium was proposed. $3.4 million for snowmaking in northern Minnesota. $100,000 for a tree museum. $15 million for pension bailouts. $360,000 for rebranding of state bureaucratic programs, $7 million for a sculpture garden. I mean, you can just go to the web, it's just an endless list of things. And these are the priorities that we just have to raise the taxes to make sure we get done. It's hard to believe. And I just wonder how many people in this room who are going to vote for this bill are going to put on their next mailer when they run for election, here's what I accomplished, here's what I did. I voted for the biggest tax increase in the history of Minnesota. I voted for all these taxes. I wonder how many mailers we're going to see that people are going to say, that's what I did. I came here to do that. In fact, I would wager that this will be bipartisan opposition against this bill. I don't know that, but I'm just guessing. I don't know that we're going to get everybody on the one side to vote for this bill. So I will say again, this is a fundamentally dishonest bill. It is shameful. It is dishonest. This is not a tax on the rich. It is a tax on everybody. It's not about making the economy better. It's not about creating jobs. It is going to hurt the economy. And it's not about setting priorities and reforming government. There is no reform. It is wasteful and it is inefficient. And we ought to be setting our priorities. We ought to be telling the taxpayer of this state, we're not going to take one more dollar out of your pocket until we have gone through and done the hard work, the leadership that's required to make sure that every dollar we spend is spent effectively and efficiently and that we get the results that the people of this state expect. And our spending bills don't do it, and this tax bill doesn't accomplish that goal either. So members, I urge a red vote.
Senator Skoye.
Thank you, Madam President and members, and thank you for the good discussion today. I do want to talk a little bit about the reform and the good work that the division did this last session. And we've had a lot of discussion this afternoon about the sales tax. And yes, there are some people that are going to pay sales tax on items that they didn't used to. But you're conveniently forgetting that we reduced the rate from 6.875 to 6%. It's the lowest rate Minnesota's had in decades. Part of the effort of the Reform Division was to broaden the base and lower the rate. And nobody said that reform was going to be easy. And nobody said that it was going to be without some controversy. But I think most of us think it's a good direction to go and the effort is worth it. And we need to be having the discussion about the stability and the strength of Minnesota and Minnesota's revenue system. And the corporate rate. We lowered the corporate rate from 9.8 to 9.0. Reinvested some of that in R&D, eliminated other provisions that were causing distortions in the corporate rate or the corporate code. That's what reform looks like. Some people pay more, some people pay less, but you do better in the end. The Reform Division did a lot of good work. There was a rewrite of the LGA formula. Hard to get cities to agree on those things, but Senator Rest and her division did really good work in that area. And nobody said it was going to be easy, but the work was done well. I hope we're able to move forward on the Reform Division component of this because I think it's important. There's been discussion about property tax on businesses because we're freezing the statewide business property tax. But when you look at this overall, when you include all of the property tax components, the tier 1 is going to go down. And the tier 2, the higher income, is going to go up around 1% or a little less. Seems like pretty minimal impact for all the property tax relief that we're offering for other Minnesotans. So who are these people in the third tier? We've heard a lot of word about businesses. Remember, we're not taxing this on gross income, it's on taxable income. So when you're the S Stock Corp, you get to write off all of your business's expenses, all of your personnel costs, you get your depreciation. Hopefully you're spending that depreciation annually, as you should, so you can grow. The taxable income for married filing joint is $140,000, but the gross income mean is $194,000. When the average family income for a family of 4 in Minnesota is $56,000. You know, it's not always easy raising revenue. The tax committee does hard work. But what we've done is provide Minnesota a structurally balanced budget going forward for 4 years. And I, for one, campaigned on that. I think it's important for us to put our budget on a course of stability going forward, so we can do good things for the state. We can invest in ourselves. All-day K, investment in our earliest learners, investment in our higher ed students, not only in the base of our public schools and universities, but in the state grant program. One of the most important components of the higher ed bill, in my opinion, is the state grant program that we're putting money into. That's where you can reduce the debt load that students carry when they graduate from school. And why is that important? Because Minnesota has always succeeded and thrived on workforce and high quality workforce. And that's why we do these investments. And we did this structural balance and these investments with no shifts, no gimmicks. And to be honest, the primary difference between you and the Dems is that when we want to do investments and we want to balance the budget, we pay for it. And that's why the tax committee had to do hard work this year, because we paid for those things. And it's a well-balanced bill. I think there's 40-some provisions that individual members have in this bill. We tried to address issues all around the state. We're investing in 5 Minnesota businesses that want to grow or expand or start here. The largest private employer in the state is investing significantly in their community. And they asked us to allow them to raise their taxes in their community so they can help their community grow as fast as they want to grow. Seems to me that that's a really, really wise investment for us to make. So I ask for your support. I think it's a good bill, and thank you.
Is there any more discussion? There being no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on House File 677. Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. The bill fails to pass. Senator Bach.
Madam President, I move a recess of the Senate.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The Senate is in recess. Senator Bach.
Madam President, the Majority Caucus will caucus in the retiring room immediately.